Name's going to be called. When your name's called, come up to the table to your right. We'll start with the new cases after we do the names.
Gene Dotson, Danny Halley II, Christine Lewis, or Chestine Lewis, Bryce McMillan, Brianna Smith, Michelle Carrico.
Gene Dotson,
Yes, sir.
19376 and 18812. Did you get a report? Thank you. From amended reads. Okay, so it sounds like you got something with common pleas you have to.
I turned myself in for final sentencing January the 11th.
Okay.
Mr. Delauder's office is supposed to be filing a paper. We had talked about it the last time to close this stuff out after I'm gone.
Okay, is he on the docket for that, Delauder? No, he's not. All right. And what did you say your date was to report for common pleas?
January the 11th for final sentencing.
Okay, so you may still be around after that. Let's do this. That's a Wednesday. I'm going to put you back on our docket for the 13th of January. So you'll, at that point, know what common pleas is ordered you to do. And if you're in custody, then I'll see you from the jail. If you're out of custody, then you need to come back to court that day. So January the 13th of 23 will be your next review hearing at 9 a.m. I think it's important you continue with amended reads until then.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Danny Halley. He's not here and he hasn't finished what he was ordered to do, so it'll be a warrant. Excuse me. Christine Lewis. Christine Lewis is appearing by teleconference. She's admitted reads also.
Yeah, she's a community client, Your Honor.
Okay. Case number is 2736. Okay, you got a good report from amended reads. You don't have much left to do here, so are you working?
No, I was gonna take my next paycheck and pay that last little bit, be done.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. Are you court ordered to amended reads, or are you doing that on your own?
On my own, it was for the beginning, but I've continued for the last 9 months.
All right. I'll set your next hearing for February the 3rd. If you've paid off your balance, you don't have to come back and your case will be completed. I'll make a note of that. Case completed once you pay it, and it's only $69 is what I'm showing. So, and congratulations.
Yeah.
You've done well here the last time frame, so glad you're doing well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Bryce McMillan.
Yes, sir.
19957, 19944, 19114, 1810. Here's my problem, because I've already looked at your file. I've got this report, and is there somebody here from New Life Recovery? He's testing for gabapentin and Suboxone both. And I know they're being prescribed, but my understanding is that one, gabapentin and Suboxone are not a good combination. I have that from I had a resource for addiction issues, Dr. Davies, who teaches addiction medicine at the Marshall Medical School. That's a suspicious combination. And he's testing above therapeutic levels for gabapentin. So there needs to be a change there. And I don't know, I know he's going to an outside resource for his prescriptions.
He is.
They need to be aware of that. I don't know if they're not aware of that, but that is not a good combination, those two drugs. And I want to see that changed.
Okay.
Will you agree to get a change there?
I agree. I agree. We have discussed it
Okay.
on the way up here. We discussed it because it's ridiculous.
Yeah, the amount that he's testing for is not therapeutic.
Yeah.
So,
That is what he's prescribed.
well, that whoever's prescribing it doesn't understand what they're doing then.
Right.
So I want to see him change to another resource for his Suboxone.
Okay.
So let's get that done in the next time frame, and I want to see him back on, is it the 16th yeah, it is, 16th is the holiday. So let's make it January 17th. That'll be a Tuesday, because the 16th is a holiday.
Okay.
We usually have court on Mondays, but it'll be January 17th, a Tuesday, for review, and change the source for Suboxone.
Okay.
Okay, that's the next hearing, January 17th.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Brianna Smith,
Yes.
181191 is the case number. It's on this was a reckless operation. It was reduced. So you just have to pay your fines and court costs. Do you have a payment on those today?
Yeah.
How much are you
I'll
paying?
pay 20 today. I'm gonna try to get it paid off before I come back though, after Christmas.
Okay, I'll set your next hearing for January 20th.
Okay.
Pay it off, you don't have to come back, that's all you've got left. And you said you're making 20
Uh-huh.
to see the clerk for that.
Okay. Thank
Michelle
you.
Carrico, 2213, it's on a theft offense. And you did go to OVP, you've got fines and costs to pay now.
Okay,
Do you have a payment?
not today.
Your Honor, if I may, she did come and speak to me. She's going to volunteer at the community center for the food drive.
Okay, so we'll give you credit on your fines for that.
Thank you.
I'll set your next hearing, this is a newer case, so February the 6th will be your next hearing. February 6th, 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Shandy Cooper, Seth Kenner Lewis, Anthony Spencer Jr., Eric Summers, and Kimberly Jones.
Shandy Cooper. Shandy Cooper is not here, been called for, has not finished. So there will be a warrant. Seth Lewis is here, 21-27-31. It's on OBI. You've done everything except the 3-day school, the driver intervention program.
Yes, sir.
When can you get that done?
I'm gonna try to have it done by next weekend or whenever the next class is.
When is,
January 12th to the 15th.
you think you can do it then?
Yes, sir. I was
What's the
waiting.
cost for the class now?
$475.
Think you can get it done by then?
Yes, sir. I was waiting so I can finish everything else and do that last.
Okay, I'm gonna let me check the docket. See what the numbers are there. Okay, I'm gonna set it for January 27th. If you do the January school, it'll be done by then, we'll have our report. As long as you do it, get the report filed, you don't have to come back for that hearing, because that's all you've got left. So, you'll be completed.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Anthony Spencer Jr. So on a theft offense, you have paid your fines, you just have to do your community service.
Your Honor, if I may, the community services returned this morning, I need to call and verify that.
Okay, we'll do the same thing on you. I'll set you for February the 6th. And you need to just check with Mr. Cooper or Mr. Major. If your community service you get credited, you don't have to come back because you'll be completed.
Yes.
February the 6th, 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Eric Summers, 21-1980. This is on an OBI. You've done everything but pay off your fines, so can you make any payment on your fines?
Yeah, I'm gonna pay $25.
Okay. See the clerk for your payment. And I'll set you for January 27th. If you've paid it off by then, you don't have to come back for that hearing. January 27th, 9 a.m., because all you've got left is your fines and costs. You've done everything else you're ordered to do.
All right. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Kimberly Jones is 21-32-91, 21-11-46, 21-10-57, 21-206, 20-26-86.
I just wanted to let you know that I went to the counselor last week and I wrote down some things that I talked to her about, and I got to work on it, you know what I'm saying?
At Marshall Health, is that where you're going? Where are you going to the counselor?
I went to ProAct, I think it's December the 7th, and I was there from 11 to 12:30. And her name's Sarah Jackson. She talked about my job, you know, me being a landlord, and starting job. I'm a job jumper. You know what that is? That's somebody who won't stay focused on one job. And said something about budget your money, start a savings account, because I told her I had a hard time saving money. And then she said take an hour or so every day for yourself, like go feed the ducks or whatever, you know, to get your mind off of working all the time.
Okay.
And then I paid on my fine the other day, when I thought we was having court.
You paid
And I
on-
come in here,
You came in on Wednesday.
huh?
You were here Wednesday when
You know, Wednesday, I thought we had court the 14th.
I was meeting with the mock.
See, I got so many different
Chester High
appointments.
School. Okay, all right, we'll set your next hearing for January 27th, 9 a.m.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you want a copy of this, of the notes I made?
I
Okay,
don't need it.
appreciate it.
You're welcome. Yes. That's all.
Are you leaving?
Okay, that finishes the reviews. The next thing are the arraignment hearings, and that's for new cases or old cases where you missed a hearing and have a warrant. So if you are in that situation, you'll get called with the arraignments. The purpose of these hearings are to tell you what your charges are, the possible penalties, and if it's a misdemeanor, you'll enter a plea to the charge. The plea is your answer to the charge, and when you're asked for a plea, if you don't know what to do, the safest plea is always not guilty. I'll turn the mic off on whoever this other person is. The rights that defendants have are the right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything. If you choose to make statements, what you say is all on the record, it's being recorded. It could be used against you if you admit something. You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed if you can't afford one. You have a right to bail and to make the state prove any charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If you don't know what to do, or if you want a trial, or you want to talk to a lawyer, enter a not guilty plea when you're asked for a plea. Not guilty preserves all those rights I just explained to you. Not a guilty plea or a no contest plea waives those rights. So don't waive your rights unless you fully understand the proceedings and what could happen if you enter guilty or no contest. Call the first case, please.
State of Ohio versus Madison and McCord. Case number TRD 222719. Madison and McCord.
Have a seat.
Ma'am, are you Madison McCourt?
Yes, I am.
Ms. McCourt, it's alleged that on December the 7th at 10:10 a.m. in Fayette Township, you were driving while you had a suspended license. That's a first-degree misdemeanor. Maximum penalty is 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. Do you understand the charge?
Yes.
Do you understand your rights?
Yes.
How do you plead?
I'm guilty.
That means you're admitting it's true and waive your rights to a trial and a lawyer. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, I'll accept your plea. I'm going to read what the officer wrote in their report. Then if you want to make a statement, you can. You don't have to. The officer says defendant was observed traveling east on US 52 with expired West Virginia registration on the plates. When I contacted her, she stated she had been ticketed in West Virginia and showed me her citation. The citation was written in early October. She stated she was having difficulty coming up with the money to pay her citation, along with having to pay for registration renewal. A check of her West Virginia operator's license shows she had an active suspension. She was given a warning for expired plates and cited into this court on a license suspension charge. You do have insurance on your vehicle, and you live in Huntington.
Yes.
Do you have any explanation you want to make?
At the time that I was driving, I wasn't aware my license were suspended. I was coming home from taking my son to daycare, so I wasn't aware. I haven't been driving since, but I was just trying to come up with the $600 fine before and I'm not sure. I wasn't aware that I was driving on a suspended license.
Can you get, in a reasonable period of time, I guess I should add that, in a reasonable period of time, could you get your license reinstated? If you will, I'll give you less of a penalty if you show me that you're reinstated.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it could be done the week coming up, for sure.
Okay, well, sometimes these things take longer than you think. Are you working, or what do you do?
Yes, I bartend, so it's
You can
coming
be
up.
here in the mornings then, I would think?
Yes, I have mornings available.
Okay, let's do this. I'm going to set it about a month out for a sentencing hearing.
Okay.
And hopefully you'll have your license back by then. If you do, I'll just give you a fine and no other penalty.
Okay.
Let's make it the 17th. That'll be a Tuesday morning. January 17th for sentencing, 10 a.m. She can sign a $500 signature bond. So that just means you're signing something that says you promise to come to court. You'll get a $500 penalty if you don't show up, and you get a warrant too if you don't show up. So just come back to court, even if you don't have your license by the 17th, come back and ask for more time. Don't blow it off, because then it's just gonna,
Right.
you could wind up going to jail on the warrant then.
Right.
So just come to court if you need more time and ask for time.
Okay.
Any questions?
No.
And do whatever it's West Virginia DMV has got you suspended, right?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, that's who you need to deal with, and bring me some proof you're reinstated on that day.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Tanner W. Tagliarini. Case number CRB 22771. Tagliarini.
All right, is there Tanner Tagliarini in court? Okay, was cited in the court by the Ohio Department of Natural Resources for today at 9 a.m. and it's 10 a.m. now, been called for, has not appeared. Will be a capias issued to the ODNR for failure to appear.
Did you call me, Your Honor?
No. No.
State of Ohio versus Aaron K. Gibson, case number TRD 222756, A and B. Aaron Gibson.
Aaron Gibson. Okay, I have a notice of appearance filed on this, and okay, let's set this aside. Actually, there's a notice of appearance by attorney Tyler Haslam asking that it be set on the docket for today, so maybe he'll be here later. So I'll set it aside and we'll recall it later in the docket.
State of Ohio versus Judith Napier, case number TRC 222747. Judith Napier. I did not check in, Your Honor.
Judith Napier was cited by the OSP to be in court today, 9 a.m. It's on an OVI. She's not appeared. So the capias to the OSP for her arrest.
State of Ohio versus Robert Struble, case number TRC 222761, A and B.
And sir, is it Struble, is that how you pronounce it?
Yes, sir.
And you're Robert?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Struble, it's alleged that December the 11th at 5:05 a.m. in Union Township, you were driving a vehicle while you were under the influence of either alcohol, drugs, or a combination of those things. And so as this would be your first conviction if you get convicted on this. The maximum penalty is 6 months in jail, $1,075 fine, 3-year license suspension. So that's the most the court can impose. There is a minimum. The minimum, the least the court can impose if you're found guilty is 3 days in a treatment program, $375 fine, and a 6-month license suspension. You understand that charge? You're also charged with failure to control your vehicle. That's a minor misdemeanor. Maximum penalty is $150 fine. Do you understand the two charges?
Yes.
Do you understand the rights you have as a defendant?
Yes.
How do you plead to these charges?
Not guilty to one and guilty to the other.
Well, I think if you talk to a lawyer, I assume you're planning on getting a lawyer. They want you to plead not guilty to both. So let's just enter a not guilty plea to both charges. Do you wish to be considered for a court-appointed lawyer? You're going to hire a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
How much time do you think you need to get that done?
I'm waiting on one to get here.
Oh, you've already talked to somebody?
Yeah, I told him.
Who are you talking with?
Can I get my phone out?
Sure.
Warren?
Warren Morford?
Yes, sir.
See on the docket? Yeah, okay. Well, this is a little early for Mr. Morford, so. He'll be here, but he's not an early bird. Let's put it that way. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and put him down, that you're hiring him. And if you want to talk to him today, he will be here. He has other cases on the docket. He's just not here yet. Are you employed, sir?
Yes, sir.
What's better? The court's usual schedule is Mondays and Fridays, although on the 17th, we will be having court on Tuesday of that week because of the holiday. So what's better for your work schedule in terms of coming back to court?
Any day, doesn't matter.
Okay. Let's do January the 9th. Since Mr. Morford's not here, I don't know that he If he has a problem with that, he can ask the court to continue it to a
Yes,
different date, but as of this time, I'm going to set it for January the 9th for a pretrial at 10 a.m. I'm going to you didn't post a bond, did you?
No, sir.
I'm going to let you sign a signature bond, and what that means is you just are promising to come to court, or that
Yes,
you
sir.
will pay $1,000 for not showing up. So
Yes, sir.
just show up and you don't have to pay any money. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, sir.
Okay, it's up to you if you want to stick around. You can see Mr. Morford later or make arrangements to see him at his January the 9th, 10 a.m. is your next hearing.
Yes, sir.
State of Ohio versus Stanley Bennett Jr., case number CRA 20-646 and TRC 20-1522, A and B.
All right, you're Stanley Bennett,
Yes, sir.
and Roger Smith is your attorney, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you talked with Mr. Smith yet?
No, I have not.
All right. We need Mr. Smith, if he's here. Is he on the docket?
Yes.
All right, well, he is on the docket, so he will be here. I'm going to recall your case once you've had a chance to talk with him. So
Okay.
we'll let Mr. Cooper will let Mr. Smith know you're here. Your case will get recalled later in the docket.
Okay.
Just have a seat.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus James Perkins, case number CRB 2176 and CRB 201010, CRB 201009. James Perkins. Did not check in.
All right, James Perkins, I don't know why was he arrested? Looks like he was arrested on a warrant.
Your Honor, I'm not sure if this is the same James Perkins, but I had James Perkins in Collins Police Court on Wednesday.
He was in jail then?
He was in jail.
Okay.
He was going to be released to a treatment provider, I believe, but one, don't know if that's happened, and two, I don't know if it did happen, if the treatment provider would have known to bring him back.
All right,
He is on the jail.
he's on the jail list, so we'll deal with him. And you're representing him in common pleas?
I am representing him in Collins Police.
And, well, you're actually the attorney on these too, so, but these were for review, so we'll deal with him later when we get to the jail. He's in jail.
State of Ohio versus Shane Hatfield, case number CRB 181009.
All right, Mr. Hatfield had a review hearing on December the 9th, a week ago. And it looks like he was not here at that time. And I have a report from a men's sober living facility in Huntington. It basically says you've been non-compliant with your attendance requirements. Okay, and you've got issues going on in Cabell County also, right?
Yes.
And I'd like to have copies of these, and you can return the originals to Mr. Hatfield. Do you have an explanation for missing your hearing on December 9th?
Yes, I tested positive for the flu last Thursday.
Okay. Can you make any payment on your fines or court costs?
Yes, I can.
How much are you gonna pay?
I can do 50 today.
Okay. I'll put you down for 50. I want you to see the clerk then to make that payment. Mr. Cooper will bring you back the paperwork that's going to go in the file. Of course, you need to comply with what Cabell County's having you do. And I assume they're the ones that required you to go to the sober living house?
Yes.
So, because it wasn't on my judgment entry, I didn't sentence you to that, but it's a good idea for you to get it compliant with. I'll set your next hearing. January 13th, 9 a.m. See the clerk for payment, and you've gotten your paperwork back.
He was gonna pay this morning, and he's gonna pay with the card,
Okay, you'll have to go get the cash. You'll have to go pick up cash, we don't take cards at the windows.
I was gonna pay it online.
Okay, that's fine.
State of Ohio versus Danny R. Dotson, case number TRD 20223, TRC 192448, A, B, and C.
All right, Danny Dotson, it still has an active case, the 2223. 192448 was a review. He's at Riverside Recovery now. Outpatient. Is it a sober living facility he's in?
Yeah, we call it transitional, but yes, it's sober living.
Okay. Okay, what I wanted to do, Mr. Morford's his attorney, who's not here yet. This case is still pending, so I want you to stick around here, talk with your attorney. After you've done so, we'll call you back up for further hearing and decide how we're going to proceed. So your order not to depart the courthouse, you talk to Mr. Morford and then recall before the court.
State of Ohio versus Alexander Basil, case number TRC 183860, A and B.
You're Alexandra Basil.
Yes.
This is a case that was set for review hearing November the 4th. And so as you missed that hearing, is that right?
I had called Mr. Majors, and he reset it for December 9th.
Okay.
And my husband has been on life support for 19 days, and last week was really bad, so that's why I wasn't here.
All right. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. You did make a payment recently, and that's all you have left is to pay off your fines, it looks like.
Yes, sir.
And you are King's daughter? Or that's where your husband is, okay?
Yes.
I have a report from King's daughters in the file.
They wrote me out a statement last week. I just wasn't able to leave the hospital to come up here.
Okay, I'll give you some time then because of that situation. I'm going to set your next hearing out March the 3rd.
Thank you.
March 3rd, 23, 9 a.m. So, I don't know, it looks like you've done your community service. Is there a driver intervention program ordered?
I've already done all of it. I'm just paying off the fines.
Yes, you did do that in June of 2019. Okay, you just have your fine to do.
Yes, sir.
March 3rd is your next hearing.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, that's all the arraignments we currently have ready to go, so we're going to start with the pre-trials. We'll have some more arraignments from the jail, and there may be actually more people in person, they just don't have the paperwork ready. Okay, we have one we're going to do by teleconference now, so go ahead and call it.
State of Ohio versus Luca Lyons, case number CRA 22779 and TRC 21424, A, B, and C.
And this is Mr. Holt's case. It's set today for a preliminary hearing and pretrial.
Yes, Your Honor. We were informed by the court's probation department that the state of Kentucky Board of County has released the warrant.
Your Honor, I put the jail advised me today that the warrant had been released and that he's got a star sitting there at the sheriff's office waiting to take the star. We approve it.
Okay, he has a pending, so then the only thing pending here is an ODI. And it looks like, though, it's a Well, he's got 2 priors, but I think they're beyond the look-back period, so that's your first offense.
And Mr. Lyons, the state would be willing to offer time served, the minimum fine, and consider the suspension is already ran.
Can you hear Mr. Wines? We can't hear you, and I need to start the recording too. Your audio is not working. Try now. Let's see, maybe. Oh, it's open. How about now? Try it again, sir. Yes. Now we can hear it. Could you hear Mr. Holt previously?
Not really.
Okay,
No.
Go ahead.
Mr. Lyons, the state would be willing to treat this as a first offense, give you the minimum fine, sentence you to time served, and consider the suspension is already ran, so that you can go to start today. Would you proceed on that?
Okay, that's fine.
And
So
you're
what-
completely guilty, Your Honor.
All right. Anything you want to say, Mr. Lyons, before I sentence you?
No, Your Honor.
All right, the minimum fine is $375 on the OVI, that's what I'll impose. $375 fine, court costs. And did you say there was an agreement, the suspension of ground?
Yes, I believe it was a positive test, so.
Okay, it would have started, so we'll start at March 3rd, 2021. So that means the suspension is up, 180 days. 20 days in jail, that'll be considered, I'll give him credit for 20 days. He's been in jail probably more than that. So credit for 20 days, none suspended. No community service, he's going to STAR, so he won't have the opportunity to do community service. 2 years, level 4 probation, no driver intervention programs, you can take that part out. He's already done the minimum, he's done the jail time, so that's not required. I'll set a review hearing for him next summer, July 17th. He should be out of STAR by then. July 17th is his review hearing at 9 a.m. in this court. Then on the driving under suspension, make a finding of guilty. I won't impose anything because he's not going to have any ability to pay. No fine. Same thing on the turn signal violation. Just make a finding of guilty, but no fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, that concludes this sentence. Okay, that finishes up with the jail for now. We'll come back to them later to do some arraignments and hearings there, so we'll come back to the pre-trials here at the court.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, we've got some more arraignments ready now.
State of Ohio versus Melissa Pearson, case number CRB 22792.
Ma'am, are you Melissa Pearson?
Yes, sir.
You're about to be handed a copy of your charge.
Thank you.
It's a theft complaint. It alleges this happened at the Walmart in South Point on December the 13th of this year, that you tried to deprive Walmart of some property without their consent. It's a first-degree misdemeanor, maximum penalty, 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. You understand the charge?
Yes, sir.
You understand your rights?
Yeah, I've never been in trouble before, so I'm kind of lost.
Well,
I'm
if you have
sorry.
questions, do you have any questions about your rights or these charges?
No, I mean,
How do you wish to plead to the charge?
I did take the stuff.
So what plea do you wish to enter?
Guilty.
Guilty means you're admitting it's true,
Yes.
and you understand that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to read the affidavit from Christopher Fields, who's a Walmart employee. Says, I saw Melissa skipping items at the self-checkout without paying for toys. She walked past the last point of sale. She was stopped at the grocery door.
Correct.
Any statement you wish to make?
No. No, sir.
Mr. Hill, any input from the state other than standard treatment?
Yeah, we don't see that there's anything aggravating about it. It looks like a first-time thing, and we don't take any other position than minimums or whatever the court generally does.
All right, ma'am, you can make a statement or explanation if you want to. You're not required to. Do you want to say anything?
No, I just made a stupid decision. Definitely.
I'm going to impose a fine of $100. I'll order you to pay the court costs.
Okay.
I'm going to give you 20 days in jail, but I'm going to suspend all of it on the condition that you do 5 days of community service. We have a community service program here at the court.
Okay.
That you can do your community service every day, but Sundays and holidays.
Yes, sir.
7:30 a.m. is when you have to be here to start community service. You got 5 of those days to do.
Yes, sir.
2 years of level 4 probation, just to ensure that you do those things. And here's the big one. Your order to stay out of Walmarts.
Yes.
Okay? So you can't go back on Walmart. Your review is going to be July 17th. 9 a.m. If you finished everything before then, which you should, gives you half a year
Yeah.
to get it all done. If you get it all done, you don't have to come for the review. The review hearing is to make sure people do what they're ordered to do.
Yes,
If
sir.
you do it already, you don't have to show up. If you don't show up and you got stuff left to do, you get a warrant.
Okay.
So
Yes, sir.
it's up to you whether you ever darken the door of the jail. All you gotta do is do the stuff you're ordered to do, and you won't go to jail.
Yes, sir.
But for some reason, a lot of people don't. They wind up, and they act surprised. They get arrested. It's a good deal. 5 days community service or 20 days jail, which, I mean, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, who do I talk to about the community service when I leave here?
You're gonna talk to the probation officer. He's gonna actually, everything I'm telling you is what they're doing. They're typing it up into
Okay.
the judgment entry. You'll get a copy of the judgment entry that tells you what you have to do.
Okay.
Your probation officer is your contact person with the court. If you got a problem, you can talk to him, or Mr. Cooper's in charge of community service. We actually have a website. You can go to the website and look if you can't remember. Because I'll have people say, well, I forgot what I was supposed to do, or I forgot when my hearing date was. We actually have telephones here too.
Right.
You can call the clerk and say, when's my hearing date? You can, almost everybody's got a smartphone or a computer. You can pull up the website and look when your hearing date is. There's no excuses, although I hear them all. There's not very many good excuses. There's a lot of weak, bad excuses. So, just do what you're supposed to and you'll never go to jail. Don't do it,
Yes.
you could be in jail.
Yes,
Okay?
sir.
Any questions? You gotta see Mr. Cooper when you go out through those double doors.
Okay.
Make a left, 90-degree left. That counter to your left is the probation office. Go there, talk to him. He's gonna give you some paperwork.
Okay.
And be free to go.
All right. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Joseph E. Blake, case number CRB 22796.
And sir, you're Joseph E. Blake?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Blake, it's alleged on December the 15th, 2022, Union Township, you knowingly caused or tried to cause physical harm to Shelley Sammons. So the charge filed against you is assault. It's a first-degree misdemeanor, maximum penalty is 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. Do you understand the charge?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand the rights you have?
Yes, sir.
How do you plead to these charges?
Not guilty.
Do you want a lawyer appointed?
Yes, sir.
Are you working?
No, sir.
You have no income?
I managed to pick up some odd jobs here and there, but no,
How much a week?
some weeks, maybe $100, other weeks, maybe three. I mean,
Okay, well, you'll have to fill out a financial affidavit to verify your income. I'll appoint Mr. Stratton to represent you. Well, he's here, so we'll get him in the courtroom so you can talk. This is Joseph Blake, and he has a M1 assault charge. Entering a not guilty plea for him. Is there a protection order requested here?
Yes, sure.
Is there any problem with you staying away from Shelley Sammons?
I have absolutely no issues with it. There's one thing I do want to make sure that I'm staying within compliance. The residence that's listed on the complaint was the place that she's renting off of myself and my family. I have to pass by there in order to get to my house and my parents' house where my kids, but I have no desire to see her, speak to her. I don't want her to try to speak to me, don't want to try to speak to her. I just want her out of my life, and they are in the process of moving out of that residence. I just want to make sure that going in and out of my driveway, I'm not going to get in trouble for that, as long as I
I'm
don't try
ordering
to.
you to minimize contacts, so even if she yells and says, I want to talk to you, you just keep on going.
Nope, I don't want to speak to her, I don't want to see her, no.
And I don't want you to, you don't text her, you
Nope.
don't post stuff about her on social media.
Nope.
This is all, the idea of these protections work is to let things die down and not to have another incident alleged to happen. So, now, what's your availability, Mr. Stratton, for the next hearing?
At the convenience of the court, whenever the court wants to set it.
Was the first week of January bad for you? I thought there were some dates that were bad.
I think it was January 6th was bad, but I'm here on the 3rd, Your Honor, if you want to.
Third's got a jury trial.
Yes. You want to add that on to it or not?
Actually, any date in January is okay, Your Honor,
Let's
except the
make it-
23rd. Except the 23rd was a bad day, so.
We can do January 3rd.
Yeah, that's fine.
January 3rd for pretrial, 10 o'clock.
Postpone.
And Mr. Blake, there is a protection order. He needs to sign and he can
I think he posted.
sign it. Did he post a bond?
Yeah.
Okay, your bond's continued.
I'll do that. Okay, hold on one second. All right.
Okay,
January-
that's all. I'm signing the protection order now.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Stanley Bennett Jr., case number CI 20646.
Okay, this is Mr. Smith's case.
It is, Judge. I believe you missed a court appearance here within the last week or so.
December 9th.
Assessment scheduled for today. I take care of my grandmother. I've been trying to get back to the house and pick her up today. But
Okay, Mr. Bennett's supposed to be in treatment, is my understanding.
I got my assessment for today, set up 2 o'clock. I have to get an ID made. I couldn't find my birth certificate or my social security card, and I take care of my grandmother. And she had to go to the hospital. Well, this week she's been over at Heritage House, and I've been trying to get her back home. I got to get her today. Where's your assessment? OVP. They scheduled it for today at 2 o'clock, and I got to get my ID made as well.
Does the state take any position on this?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so we're going to have a report from OVP the next time we come back to court.
Yes, sir.
What's your schedule, Mr.? I would like to come back in maybe 2 weeks, roughly that timeframe.
I'm here January 6th.
January the 6th will be the next hearing.
Your Honor,
That's going to be sentencing and preliminary hearing.
This is one that wasn't on the docket for today, is that correct?
Correct. You missed the hearing previously.
Right. because I don't have the case number or anything.
It's 2646-2015-22.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Make sure you get to your assessment and do what they set up for you.
Okay,
Come back with a good report next time.
Okay, thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Stanlaw versus Jeremy Butcher, case number CRA 19483, CRB 19779, CRB 181259.
This is Mr. Steyer's case. It's set as a pretrial.
Back there, Sean.
Yes. Thank you.
You missed court in common pleas yesterday, or Friday, Wednesday.
Diversion, my charges were
Oh,
not.
that's right, they took care of that, I forgot. You're right. I just didn't see you there, so, okay.
Diversion called me
That's right.
Monday.
Okay, it's a very good report, Mr. Butcher. Congratulations. Good
Thank you.
job. Good screening, too.
Thank you.
He had a case pending in common pleas court that on Monday was taken into diversion as well, so that's been dollied.
Great. Looks like you got things going the right way. It wasn't always the case,
No.
as I remember. But that's good.
Hey, Luke.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And these cases are all, he's been sentenced with, this was, came back, looks like, came back on failure, at first failure to do what you're supposed to, and now we're monitoring to make sure you are doing what you're supposed to, and you're doing very well.
Thank you.
I guess the question on the floor is this long enough to monitor him, or you want to continue to monitor his progress for a while longer?
Well, he's been put on intervention in lieu.
Diversion services, 12-month program in lieu of as long as I complete.
Yeah, it's not intervention with conviction, it's a separate program administered by Mr. Whaley as well.
So that sounds like he's going to be getting close supervision in common pleas court. So under the circumstances, and, you know, I guess maybe there's no further reason for this court to monitor them.
I would assume that we'd still be going back to, we'd be going back to the review docket at any rate, so.
Standard review, right?
Right, it would not just be completely cut loose, it would just be less intense.
Yes. So, and he admits that he had failed to appear previously on a review hearing. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm just going to reinstate him. His sentence will be to be reinstated to the regular review docket, and I'll give him a review hearing. So we're going to still monitor you, but your main reporting is going to be to the common pleas in this diversion program, and they'll monitor your treatment. I don't need to do that. You don't need to have two courts both monitoring your treatment, but I'm very happy you're doing what needs to be done, and I hope you'll continue, and wish you good luck on it. Let's set his first review hearing for February 3rd at 9 a.m. You still have, well, you got some fines you got to pay here.
I go to
That's it. You just have
2.1.
fines.
I have 2.1 level care I move to next week, and then I'm eligible to get a seek employment.
Okay. Well, we will always work with you. You know, your sobriety needs to be the #1 priority. But at some point, if you can do community service too, we'll give you credit. You get $50 a day credit toward your fine. You work extra community service.
I'm already ordered to have to do community service through your court, 40 hours for diversion services.
Okay.
So I'll just continue doing that and work off whatever I can.
All right. February 3rd, 9 a.m. is your next hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job, man.
State of Ohio versus Jeremy W. Lewis, case number TRC 222562, and CRA 22674.
I have, this is Mr. Steyer's case.
Steyer's case.
Mr. Steyer. Set for pre-trial today.
It's hard to read. Pathways. I think those are the guys to look at.
Good deal.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Okay, we have copies of this made for the
Thank you.
file. There's already been a guilty plea on the ODI. It's a first offense refusal.
And there's also the unauthorized use of the motor vehicle F5, which is still pending.
Well, because of that, F5, do you want to continue to monitor then, or?
We would like to, although I think Mr. Lewis has made significant progress, and he's got a lot to be proud of for doing that. And we just want to make sure that he gets himself in a place that
I appreciate it.
that he knows that he's going to leave this other bad thing behind permanently.
Mr. Sire, what's your schedule in January?
January, are Mondays or Fridays better for you? Doesn't matter. Okay. I think the only thing I have on a Friday, the 20th and usually the 20th is the only regular court day I know I'm not available.
You're not available the 20th?
I'm not available the 20th.
Okay, let's do the 27th then.
I am available that day, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Lewis, I think you're on the right track. Congratulations for that, and we'll see you back here January 27th.
2023. And it's 10 o'clock.
Mr. Steyer.
If you're good, thank you. Good job.
Thank you.
State of Ohio recalls Aaron K. Gibson, case number TRD 222756A and B.
This is Mr. Haslam's case. And you waive a reading of the charge.
We do, Your Honor.
I'll enter a not guilty plea. Has he posted any kind of bond?
No, Your Honor. I mean, it's a DUS, but there's an issue with the DUS because of
an administrative issue through the West Virginia DMV and a deferral program over there that we're trying to work through.
He can sign a $1,000 signature bond.
Yes, sir.
So when would you like to come back for the next hearing?
Your Honor, bear with me just 1 second. I'll get my calendar pulled up. 30 days probably, but I want to verify that that's not already taken.
Okay. The 16th is actually a holiday, Martin Luther King Day. We will have court on the 17th, that's a Tuesday.
I can do the 17th, Your Honor.
Okay, January the 17th will be the next hearing. And that'll be a pretrial at 10 a.m.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio recalls Danny Dotson, case number TRD 20223, TRC 192448, A, B, and C. Mr. Moore, please.
Oh, okay. Mr. Morford, have you had a chance to talk with Mr. Dodson, or?
I have not, Judge.
Okay, he had missed the hearing some time ago. He's in treatment now, so I'm sure you don't have your file. Would you like to have the court's file?
Please.
And then when you're ready to discuss it, let the bailiff know and we'll recall.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Zachary Mandelka, case number CRA 21440, CRB 21528.
This is Mr. Steyer's and set for pre-trial today.
Your Honor, Mr. Mandelka continues his treatment with, I think, are you still at Goodwill Industries? At Goodwill Industries over in West Virginia. He's doing that on sort of an as-capable basis based on his ability to pay. It's not covered by insurance or a medical card of any kind. He's gotten close to finishing, he's getting pretty close to finishing, and also there's still another matter pending in juvenile and probate court, so it's our intention just to continue this matter on.
Progress report.
He got it. So, the prosecution checked with Children's Services earlier and got an update. It's our intention to just continue this on to see that through to completion. I don't know what kind of a time frame. When are you back in juvenile probate next?
The 31st of January.
So we're back in juvenile probate on the 31st. I would figure we'd probably get another court date soon after that. 31st is on a Tuesday. February 3rd is the next court date after. I would assume that's probably still clear enough to be adding things to it.
Yes.
So I would ask for that date, Your Honor.
State's agreeable.
Yes, Your Honor.
February 3rd will be the next hearing, pre-trials.
There you go.
February 3rd, 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Olivia O'Brien, case number CRB 22570.
This is Mr. Steyer's case set as a pretrial.
Okay. And Ms. O'Brien is with OVP, who I don't know if they have anyone here today. They do not.
I haven't seen anyone.
She says they gave her a report, but she forgot it at the house. I don't know if we can maybe email and see if we can get something sent.
I'm going to text. I mean, that's
Okay.
the fastest way to get her report. Let's just recall.
Okay, thank you. Have a seat.
Hey, Luke.
Hang on.
Here's one for Olivia. You go ahead. Tongue's acting up.
Okay. Be recalled, Woody O'Brien will be recalled.
State of Ohio versus Wilbur Pauley, case number TRC 222446. Tyler Smith's case.
Mr. Smith's case set for pretrial. Wilburn Paul.
What's your proof?
Do we have results back from this was?
We do, Your Honor. May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes. All right, based on the state's looked at the test results and the probable cause on this, and feels like there isn't a case here, so they're willing to dismiss it. So, Mr. Pollack, congratulations, the case will be dismissed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
State of Ohio versus Randy Jackson, case number CRB 22689. And TRC 221401, A, B, C, and D.
This is Mr. Smith's case set for pretrial.
Well, I mean, I don't need to go backwards. So, because I couldn't afford to pay the bills while they, there at the same time.
Yeah.
22689, 221401.
That's fine.
Your Honor, Mr. Jackson had gone to newness of life, however, due to his income wasn't enough to pay for it, I guess it's a more expensive place, so now he's going back to Spectrum, is my understanding. He was there before, so they're willing to take him back, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you started treatment yet, or?
No, I talked to Maddie earlier.
Okay, so today you made arrangements and they're willing to take you?
Yes.
So I'd just ask to come back another date. I don't think there's an objection from the state.
No, as long as Spectrum, we know that Spectrum is ready to take him and he gets right back in there.
Yeah.
Do we have any input from Spectrum on that, or?
Yes, we'll take him back.
Okay. Ma'am, do you think that's, is he being legit on this? Or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's your schedule? Mr. Smith?
Maybe the second week of January, Your Honor, if there's.
January 9th?
That's fine, Your Honor.
January 9th will be the next hearing. Should get a report then from Spectrum.
Thank you.
Okay. So sentencing and pretrial.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You're right.
Same to you.
State of Ohio versus Matthew T. Alberts, case number CRB 22702 and CRB 22433. Mr. Lambert's case. Mr. Lambert's case.
Matthew Alberts. This is Mr. Lambert's case set for pretrial.
Is he gonna do the protection? Yeah, I mean, he's gonna get your own basis. He's gonna.
We approach her on.
Yes. Good, how are you doing? Just the same victim. Okay, so the state is willing to dismiss 22-433, which is a domestic violence
Yes, Your Honor.
complaint. If there's a plea of guilty to 22-702, which is violation of protection orders, my understanding that's agreeable to the defendant.
Yes, Your Honor, based upon our discussions, that's agreeable.
Is that correct, Mr. Alberts?
Yes.
Do you have any statement you want to make to the court before I sentence you?
No.
Okay. 22-433 is dismissed. On 22-702, I'll impose a 10-day sentence, which is suspended outright. $50 fine, court costs, level 5 probation, which is non-reporting. We have a review hearing on July the 17th, to which he does not have to appear. He's paid the fine and court costs. He needs to go to the probation office and meet with Mr. Major, get a copy of his paperwork, and he's free to go after that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
The fine amount was how much?
50.
50.
Here.
10 days in jail suspended, level 5 probation, review hearing July 17th.
State of Ohio recalls Danny R. Dotson, case number TRD 2223 and TRC 192448, A, B, and C.
This is Mr. Workman's case, has been recalled. My notes show Mr. Dotson missed a pretrial in this one case a long time ago, back in 2020, and he also had a review hearing then that he missed. He's been out obtaining warrants for a couple of years now.
Yes, sir. During part of this time, Judge, specifically from August 15th of 2020 to July 6th of this year, he was incarcerated in prison. After release on July 6th, he went to STAR for 112 days. Presently, he's at Riverside in transitional. He's been there since November 22nd. He also, if you recall, has matters pending in Gaga County that he says are taken care of.
Okay, I would be agreeing, well, I guess I should ask the state's position first before I put over one.
And this is one on a failure to appear for a review hearing?
Yes.
Well, there's also a pretrial still pending on this one case, and it's 2233. Let's see. It looks like a traffic matter, though.
And I believe, Judge, on TRC 192448, he owes you community service and $505 in fines or costs.
The case that's still pending, that was never resolved, is driving under an OBI suspension.
Well,
So that's a mandatory jail case if he's found guilty on that. He had called in, looking back through the file, I have a note from the clerk from back in February of 2020 saying that he called in and said he was starting a new job and couldn't miss that day. That was February the 6th of 2020. He hasn't been here since.
I guess what we would want to do is to make sure that the violation took place within the time period in which he was actually suspended, which would, I believe, is a circumstance that would require a 3-day jail sentence. Once we establish that, if he's guilty of that, he's going to have to do the 3 days in jail. So, well, knowing that, I mean, will he leave and not come back again would be I guess, our next concern.
Well, he has things pending in other courts too, so he's got quite the best way to unravel this, I think, is for him to stick with treatment and do well, that's where he's gonna get the best result every way around for himself personally and his legal cases. So I'm okay with his withdrawing the warrant, letting him go into, or remain in the treatment program that he's in, and allow this driving under suspension to pin. At some point, it's gonna have to be dealt with, and I mean, the state still has to come up with the evidence if they can, and he's convicted of it, he still has to do the jail time. I mean, I don't make up the rules on that, the legislature gets to, and they said there's a mandatory jail time for that charge. But it's not prison time, it's county jail time. So is that agreeable with the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
Okay, so I'll withdraw the warrant. I want to see you do well at Riverside. I'm going to keep monitoring you, but at some point we got to deal with this case, and we can do both at the same time. The state needs to go back and look and see if they, it's been a while, can they even go forward with the case? So that's an issue. If they can, then you got to decide, do you want a trial? Do you want to plead? How do you want to handle your case? But you also have to continue with your treatment and get good reports that you're doing well with it.
Yes, sir.
So let's maybe come back in a month. That gives us a time for him
Yes, sir.
to have a track record at the treatment facility. Are you here on the 17th? That's Tuesday.
Yes, sir.
January 17th will be the next hearing. Pre-trial. And pre-trial and review on 19-24-48, that was the ODI.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir.
State of Ohio versus Tiffany R. Vaughn, case number TRC 222346.
It's Mr. Morford's case, pre-trial.
Still not?
Yeah, we did.
Okay. 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 I feel pretty good about our case, just so you know.
There's an issue, was there an issue about a video in this?
Judge, that was resolved yesterday, Sarah. We brought up a couple of zip drives, and Sarah was kind enough to burn the video upon the zip drive. I've not had a chance to review it nor review it with my client. I'd like to ask for one more continuance, Judge, and then we'll be in position to talk resolution of the case.
When do you want to come back?
It don't matter, I work 7 on, 7 off midnights.
Did you have a chance to watch the video?
Yeah, I watched part of it. The video of me getting full coverage on there. The one where the 7 always hit the wall. There's no video of that.
The 20th, Judge, would that be out too far for January?
Not with the time waiver.
We'd waive time.
All right, a defense request case is continued to January 20th for pre-trial.
I'll be on vacation next week, so.
Enjoy.
Yeah, I'll be in the Bahamas.
Thank you. Thank
State of
you.
Ohio versus Aaron Brown, case number CRB 22638.
Butch. Hey, Butch.
This is Mr. Stratton's case, and Mr. McBrown is in custody, I believe in Scioto County today, but he is in custody.
Yeah, he's under Lawrence County custody, but housed at Soda County Jail on felony matters. But I understand the state's going to dismiss his misdemeanor charge today.
Well, Your Honor, the fact that he is facing much more serious charges in common pleas court, and in addition, the alleged victim in this matter doesn't want us to go forward any further, so
Yeah.
it's probably best just to
He had-
dismiss the charge.
He had a failure to appear for a felony trial, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, at the request of the state, this is nolly.
State of Ohio versus Keith Cremains, case number CRB 22602.
Your Honor, there's two defendants here, Keith and Richard Cremines also.
What's the other name?
Richard.
Richard Cremines?
State of Ohio versus Richard D. Cremines, case number CRB 22601.
Mr. Smith represents Richard Cremines. Mr. Stratt represents Keith Cremines. They're both set for pre-trial today.
I'm good on both.
James?
James?
Probably better the
Well, we
six.
gotta figure out what we're gonna do here. All right, so what did they say?
Your Honor, I know that Mr. Smith also, we would like this to be set for another pre-trial, maybe on the 6th.
I've got discovery, Judge. I need to go for my client. They need to follow the answer to my discovery demand.
And are you available 6?
I am, Judge. Yes, sir. Yes.
What you're gonna need to do is you're gonna need to get us something in writing. Okay. And they're gonna move the case to January 6th. Is that right, January the 6th?
Yeah.
Yeah, 1/6.
Agreeable with the state also? January 6th?
Yes, and we're going to attempt to make sure by the next hearing that we've got restitution figure that might help resolve the case. It might not help resolve the case, but we'll get that.
Okay. There's an agreement to continue this matter to January the 6th for a pre-trial at 10 o'clock.
All right, good counsel. All right, you can do this.
Yeah, thank you very much. You filled the whole thing out. Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Gregory Taylor, case number CRB 22730.
Thank you.
And Mr. Taylor, do you have counsel representing you today?
Unfortunately, I was unable to afford the lawyer that I wanted, so I was going to ask for a court-appointed. I did finish the anger management course that was prison.
Are you working, sir? Do you have a job?
I've been off for probably about a week and a half due to sickness, but yeah, I work somewhere for sometimes between 1 to 3 days a week.
Okay, well, what I have to do to determine if you're eligible for court-appointed counsel is I have to figure out what your gross annual income is. Do you know what your gross annual income is? You filed an income tax return?
I didn't last year. I'm on disability, so I make $1,500 a month.
Okay, you're eligible for court-appointed counsel then. I'll appoint Mr. Steyer, is he still here? Mr. Steyer? He's in his office over there? Okay. Mr. Steyer is going to be your attorney. This is a M1 domestic. He has not guilty plea entered.
it is. You're Mr. Taylor, right?
Yes.
Do you need that back?
No, I have 2 other copies.
Okay, so that, yeah, I'll be the judge's copy to keep.
Thank you.
Is Elizabeth Taylor here?
Yes.
He's finished his, is it okay if we dismiss the charge? Your Honor, I've spoken with Elizabeth Taylor. We're honored to have a movie star in presence tonight, and I'm sure she's heard that 1,000 times. She says that things are going well, and she confirms that Mr. Taylor has finished his anger management counseling. And that was our goal in this, is to put them in a better place. So we had agreed before that if he did that, then we would agree to a dismissal upon the payment of court costs.
And I would assume court costs would be in the rate, well, if you, by appointing me, you're gonna add $25 to court costs, so if he's able to get the court cost, do you have $110 with you by any chance?
Yeah. On a card, but I can go to the bank.
You can go to the ATM or something?
Sure.
I hate to turn down an opportunity to bill, but it seems like it really all we would be doing is costing him $25 if the state's agreeable to dismissing at this point with payment of court costs. So I'll leave that to your judgment, Your Honor.
Well, that's fine if you're agreeable with that. I appointed a lawyer, but he seems to think that what the state's offering you is a pretty good deal. And he'll just step aside and let you do it without, because as soon as he takes your case and bills for it, then I gotta charge you a $25 attorney assessment.
Understood.
So if you're gonna be paying court costs at this point anyway, I'll save you the $25.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
All right, so, and you're gonna do that today, sir?
Pay it today, yeah.
Okay, pay the clerk, has to be $110 cost, and it'll be dismissed at that point.
All right. Be dismissed?
You got till 4 o'clock to get that in here.
Thank you.
You're free to go, sir.
Don't let me forget that, okay?
State of Ohio versus Wayne Colvin, case number CRA 22778.
Sir, you're Wayne Coleman?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, you've posted a bond now, and you have a warrant out of Kentucky.
Well, I did, but I got them resolved.
You got it?
Yeah, I got them at the court right here.
You got some paperwork showing that?
Yep.
All right, can we get that? I need the paperwork. Okay, there is a judgment entry from the Boyd County Circuit Court dated December 15th, withdrawing a warrant, and there is a payment made to the clerk there. So I'm going to take this as that is correct. I'd like to have a copy made for the court's record. And then the matter will be dismissed, sir.
Yes, sir.
They'll bring you back your originals and file copies with the court.
So I just go over and send it away?
Just have a seat and they'll bring you the originals back and you're free to go.
Thank you, sir.
Dismissed. You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Kayla McDonald, case number CRA 21229. Kayla McDonald.
Caleb McDonald is here, Mr. Holt was here, is he still here, Mr. Holt?
Yes, sir.
He is here. She's in treatment now with Bethesda.
May I approach him?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so looks like we just started, but it looks like she's gotten a good start and no problems reported. Okay.
That is correct.
So let's come back for another review hearing further down the road where we can see how she's going to do in treatment and get hopefully a good report then. What's your schedule, 2 to 3, 4 weeks out?
I'll be here on the 6th, Your Honor.
Good day. Let's continue to January the 6th as the next hearing. January the 6th, and that will be on the doctor's preliminary hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Jeffrey Ward II, case number CRA 21412 A and B, PRC 20814.
This is Mr. Holt's case, and it's set as a preliminary hearing and pretrial. Pretrial and review. He's at Bethesda. Compliant. He says he's making steady and consistent progress, so that's very good. How do you feel about things, Mr. Moore?
I feel great. That's been a long time.
State have any input?
Well, we're happy for him to be able to continue on in his treatment and encouraged by his progress.
Any projections on how long he's going to be in treatment? You have any projections on?
Oh, sorry. 6 months from the date he entered, at least.
Okay, so we've got a ways to go then. Mr. Holt, I would say at this point, I'd like to do maybe 6 to 7 weeks out for the next time.
How about the 23rd, would that work? Of January?
Yes, that's not, the week before the holiday. All right, January 23rd. Do the next hearing. Keep up the good work, Mr. Moore. You're on the right track.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
When's it going to, JT?
23rd.
State of Ohio versus James Lane, case number CRA 21478 A, B, and C, CRB 21479, CRD 211875 A and B.
Your Honor, Mr. Lane's a VA gentleman.
Yes.
I don't know if Ms. Rayburn has sent an update to you.
I have not gotten anything today.
I haven't either. I asked her to, if he was still in treatment, because he couldn't leave treatment once he was in there. She said to him at the last hearing we had, so we continued it out. But I've asked her to, one, let us know if he's still in treatment, and if so, what the update is, and to have it sent to you as well. So we might have to wait for her to respond.
Let's wait. Usually she's pretty responsive, so let's just wait and see if we don't get a report through
That's fine.
this morning.
State of Ohio versus Ethan R. Anderson, case number CRA 22762 A and B.
Okay.
You need to get back to more. Yeah, I'll get everything set up. Let's hold up on Miss Anderson for a moment. Okay, Ethan Anderson is 22,762. He was released to go to the fifth, so taking it, he left.
He ran on Sunday. We located him on 141 or 140 somewhere and tried to talk him back into coming to treatment. Said he wasn't going to go. They had to catch him, and that's the last we've heard of him.
Take it to grand jury then?
I believe we need to.
Okay, Mr. Anderson case is nollied to the grand jury.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, just got a response from Ms. Rayburn on James Lane.
Okay, will we call it next? Let's wait. Give the clerk a chance to enter that last data on Ethan Anderson.
I just forwarded what she sent me to you. It's what I asked her.
So he's still in treatment, doing well.
Yes. So I just asked for another date.
Great. Okay, we're back to James Lane on recall. That's 21478, 21479. He is still at the VA, doing well in treatment, so we're just going to give him another hearing date. Say a month out.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Are you here on the 17th? That's that Tuesday after the holiday. I already sent you something for that date. If not, I can go a different date.
Yes, I can do the 17th. I don't know if I have that day yet or not, but I can do the 17th.
Okay, Mr. Lane is rescheduled for January 17th for pretrial and preliminary hearing.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. I'll let Ms. Rayburn know as well.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Candace B. Jones, case number CRA 22719, CRB 22720, A and B.
This is also Mr. Smith's case, and it's set for preliminary.
Jeremiah? Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Currently, Coach.
Yes.
Yes, according to that.
What they do say, give updates to Judge when she's ready to be completed. Yes, ma'am. We really appreciate that. You want me to go sit back there?
Your Honor, if it pleases the court, we're pleased and encouraged that she's made progress in her counseling, and I believe her family is too, and her boyfriend, Jeremiah Johnson's here, and I don't know whether there's been a protection order protecting him, but he wants to terminate that order. We also,
Initially, yes.
and we've also been in touch with Shirley Ryder, who is Mr. Jones's mother, and she's in the hospital today. But yesterday, she spoke with Jasmine and indicated she wanted to drop the protection order as well, and Jeremiah can confirm that. So we're okay with dropping both of those. And hopefully, then, there won't be any problems, and hopefully, Ms. Jones will continue on with her treatment, and things will be better for everybody.
That's fine, Your Honor. We just asked for a continuance so she can continue with the treatment.
And protection orders are all been dismissed at the request of those persons. It looks like, why don't we come, some things are going well, I don't see any reason to come back, say, in a month, well, because it's going to be at least about 2 months before she finishes. So why don't we come back around the time we think she's going to finish up? So
that's fine.
Hopefully that will conclude things at that point. So it looks like that would be mid to late February. What's your schedule like then, Mr. Smith?
Your Honor, I could do the 20th, the 24th of February, or the 30th.
Let's do the 24th.
Okay.
Is that agreeable? All right, February, I don't hear no's, so I'm going to assume it's okay for everyone. So February 24th is going to be the next hearing, and there's a time waiver for that. And good job, Ms. Jones, keep it up. And I think the state's intention was to dismiss this if there was completion. Or...
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Jeremiah M. Bennett, case number CRA 22529.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time. Yeah, if you want to do one. If you want to do one.
I don't know if Mr. Bennett's on Blue Jeans.
Yeah, I just spoke with his case manager. He should be logged on.
Don't see him. Make sure there's not someone I'm missing here. So he's still inpatient though?
Yes, he's still inpatient. He's doing well.
Well, that's the main purpose for this hearing. Is there any requirement we get him on the screen? He's still inpatient at the counseling center, doing well.
No, we don't need to see him tonight, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you for giving us the report, Mr. Davis.
Oh, you're welcome.
And I'll then just be scheduled for completion December 20th.
Yes, it's coming up.
Yeah. So maybe a month out then?
Does he have any plan, but,
I'm not for sure if he's gonna do transitional or not.
okay.
17th of January, I know you're.
That's fine.
Yes, sir.
January 17 will be the next hearing then, and you can let Mr. Bennett.
Yeah, I'll let him know.
Next hearing, January 17th.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Yeah, I do have a report, and I've sent it to Mr. Steyer and Mr. Heald on Olivia O'Brien, so when you're ready, call it up.
State of Ohio recalls Olivia O'Brien, case number CRB 22570.
Okay, I sent, have you looked at your phone?
I took a look at that, Your Honor. It looks like we need to see some better compliance with treatment. The report we got we got in the form of some text messages that you haven't attended 5 appointments, but you did make it yesterday, so you get to start attending your appointments.
Yep.
So I would ask at this time, Your Honor, I'm not sure where the state was, obviously this isn't what we were looking to have, so I would ask for a little more time and come back maybe after the first of the year and hope to see some better compliance.
Mr. Heald?
We hope to see some better compliance too.
What's your schedule then, Mr.?
Other than the 20th, I'm available. I think you're easier, Fridays are better for you than, Fridays are better than Mondays.
Halfway, I guess, you don't need to be on there now.
All right, I see Mr. Bennett. Let me, you left, okay. I was just going to tell him we'd already handled his case. Okay,
I'm unavailable the 20th, but otherwise all Fridays are available. I'm sorry?
She prefers a Friday?
She prefers a Friday because of work
Let's
schedule.
do the 27th.
Thank you.
January 27th will be the next hearing at Bennett's request. We're going to get a better report then from OVP.
Thank you. And Your Honor, I've got Mr. Boyd, Nathan Boyd, looks like he's on the screen.
Okay.
Is he a sentencing?
He's a sentencing.
State of Ohio versus Nathan Boyd, case number CRB 22373, CRB 22476, PRC 21331, PRC 2326, A, B, C, and D, PRC 202434, A, B, C, and D.
Your Honor, if I may, your Mr. Boyd is employed outside the area. He had thought he was going to be back for today, but they extended his work assignment, and he asked if he could attend by video. I said, well, I don't know if the court will approve that, but it's better that you be on the video than just simply not appear at all. So he is appearing via Blue Jeans. The report we just got does not look like it may be what we were looking for, however.
Okay, so it sounds like things did not work out with Mahajan.
Correct. I know there's still some money in community service that are owed in terms of, so those issues remain as well as the treatment issue. I'm not sure the treatment is actually ordered at this point, or if it's just something else he was doing in addition to the community service and fines, but that's kind of where we stand
Your Honor,
as far as that goes.
He's on the sentencing docket, his file may not be updated, he has done some community service on the Saturdays.
Okay, that's good.
I'll have to verify how many days, but I do know he's been here.
Well, he's got several old files, so he's got quite an obligation still left.
And he also, his work schedule is such that it is difficult to get in here during the week. I advise that there may be some places around here that he can get some evening hours in, but apparently there's not a lot of okay, yeah, Mr. Cooper can confirm, there's really not a lot of places around here right now giving off-hour community service, so he's really limited to the Saturdays at the moment.
Saturdays are fine, he can do Saturdays. He needs to get in with the treatment provider also that can work with his out-of-town schedule. Have you talked to anybody, Mr. Boyd, about that?
Yes, sir.
Referred you to where?
I've heard of Southern Hope, I'm not
They're
super
in Ironton,
familiar,
I
but
believe.
I am aware.
We're in Chesapeake. On the operating.
Oh, okay, well, we have someone from Southern Hope here, apparently. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Okay, well, there's a representative from Southern Hope here today, sir. This is Nathan Boyd. He was at Mahajan.
Yes, sir.
And did some level of care there.
Mr. Boyd, do you care if I give your contact information to this individual?
I'm sorry,
Do you mind if I give your contact information to this individual?
yes, that's fine.
Thank you. So I'd ask to do that and then reset this for another matter, or for another date, Your Honor, not for another matter, I apologize.
Just so you have an idea of what we're dealing with. There was an OVI in 2020 for the conviction. There was actually 2 OVIs in 2020 with a conviction. There was one in 2021 with a conviction. And then in 2022, it looks like this is
I believe this may be a cross-file domestic violence.
domestic violence from last summer. And another domestic violence, 2 domestic violences in 2022, 3 OVIs in the previous years. So, some stuff that needs worked on.
Okay. I believe I'm familiar with Mr. Boyd's recovery.
All right, so you need to get in touch. Well, we're going to give you your contact information to Southern Hope. You need to get together, and what I'd like to see is him working on some of these issues that are pretty apparent. Substance use, maybe some anger management issues.
He has completed anger management while we've been going through this, but the substance abuse hasn't been completed yet.
Okay. And he still has obligations to the court to do too. He's got community service, fines and costs. Still got a bunch of stuff he hasn't completed. But he's working, so that's a positive. We want to keep him working and just making progress.
Okay.
Mr. Hill.
Your Honor, what Mr. Steyer just said reminded me, I knew he had the prior OVIs and he was working on his obligations before the court on those matters. On this domestic violence charge, this is 22 CRB 476. It was an M4 domestic violence charge, and if he's finished his anger management part of it, the victim, we've spoken with her, and she thinks that he's doing fine as far as their relationship. They no longer apparently have a romantic relationship, but they share a child, and she says that's going fine. So maybe just because of the fact that he still has things to do for the court on the prior OVIs and needs to be in counseling on those things, that we could go ahead and dismiss the domestic violence upon the payment of court costs.
And the issue there is, I mean, he can come in and I guess if he it's clear the court calls her to go to the new case, but I think if he just makes a payment, they're routed back to these older cases automatically, which is the complicating factor on that. So I don't know if the court, if he specifies which case they're to go on, can that be done?
Yes, if he comes in with a case number and asks that it be put on that case, or if he pays online, if we go ahead and he's just sentenced today and we put the information in the computer.
It wouldn't be a sentencing because it's a dismissal, but can that be put into the computer?
We have a judgment entry showing it's dismissed, is what I meant, then yes, that gets put in the computer today.
Okay, we can do that then.
You want to draft?
Do I just need to write up an entry saying this will be dismissed upon payment of costs?
No, we can do one now.
Oh, you can do it on the computer? Oh, okay.
What about, because that's
Even better, more
22,476 is also domestic, 22,373.
I think that both were to be dismissed on payment. One was on a 90-day continuance when the second allegedly happened. The second was a cross claim, and the other defendant has already paid her costs and been dismissed.
He's correct about that, and we had agreed to go along with continuing with the counseling.
You want cost on both or one cost?
One cost.
Okay, both 22,373, 22,476 will be dismissed on the payment of one court cost between the two cases.
Do we want to set one more date then, at least for now, to see if those get paid, and then we can...
Yeah, we'll keep them there at the next hearing and make sure that happens. And he needs to continue on with Southern Hope on his counseling. I think even though these are getting dismissed, it's all kind of one ball of wax that needs to be considered. How you act as a man and a grown-up and in your relationships and all this kind of thing. So let's come back in a month and see where we are.
Your Honor, a month would be roughly the 20th. I'm not available that day. I am here available the 13th or 27th.
How about 17th?
I actually have to be in Scioto County that day.
Okay.
I scheduled that on a Tuesday thinking it wasn't a court day, not realizing that the day before was a...
January 27th.
Thank you.
January 27th will be the next hearing. Do you understand, Mr. Boyd, what you need to do? Mr. Boyd?
I'll speak to him.
I'm sorry, sir, wait.
Do you understand you need to get in touch with Southern Hope, and they're also maybe reaching out to you, but it's up to you to get this done. Don't sit back and say, well, nobody called me. You know you got to get it done. So when you come back January 27th, I want to see a report from them. You've been there, you've talked to them, things are going well. That's what I want to see. And you got to pay one of your court costs on the domestics to get them dismissed. And turn off the radio if you got a radio on. Or somebody's got a radio on.
Thank you, Your Honor.
January 27th. You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Jessica L. Johnson, case number CRA 22-156, CRB 22-157, TRD 22-545.
Jessica Johnson is appearing by teleconference. Mr. Smith, sir, attorney.
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Johnson, where are you located, ma'am?
I'm located within Savannah, Georgia, at Savannah Bible Training Center.
Okay, you cut out on me. I heard Savannah, Georgia, but the rest of it I didn't hear. Can you repeat it?
It's the 8-month program that I discussed when I was 5 months.
You're coming in and out, your audio is not very good. We're only getting bits and pieces.
Is the
I'm at, can you,
No.
Savannah Bible Training Center is the facility?
yes.
Can you get us a report from the facility there?
Yeah, they sent to my lawyer, Roger Smith.
When was that?
On November 21st, when I came into the facility.
Do you have an update? That's when you first came in. Do you have something showing what you've done the last month?
She says they do progress reports on the 5th of each month.
You got one from December 5th?
No, I don't have one set on December 5th. It has been to be continued. You can send them to your attorney.
Well, I'm trying to know if she should continue sending it to the attorney or to the court's office.
Well, both would be ideal if she could. I'm assuming it comes in the form of an email, correct?
I'm sorry, it cut out. What was it that you said?
I said it comes in the form of an email, this update report, correct?
Yes, an email you can send.
Sure, she can send it to myself and the court as well. That would be preferred.
Yeah.
When would the next report be issued?
Given her, I think January 5th, it should be, given the 5th of every month.
He's going to touch it. Okay, I'll talk to him that way because it's just, it's cutting out the way.
It's cutting out in the facility that we're in.
Let's set it for January the 9th. We should have a report then. Okay, we're going to set your next hearing for January the 9th.
Okay.
We expect to have a report filed by then.
Absolutely.
Continue in your treatment. And you can appear by teleconference on January the 9th.
Okay, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Tyler D. Adkins. Case number CRA 21509, CRB 21628, A, B, and C. Tyler Adkins.
I'm here with you.
Okay, I see Mr. Atkins is appearing by teleconference. Mr. Morford is here. He's set for preliminary hearing today. just recently left the facility.
Yes. Supposedly, someone, it mentioned in there about possibly Cardinal, but we haven't had any contact with him.
Grandmother's here, Your Honor. It indicates that he's at Cardinal.
Well, how's the state going to proceed?
I'm looking to see if the.
There's been several different, he's been in several different facilities.
Yeah. There's a TA up there, I don't know whether that's
Yes, that's me.
Tyler Atkins. He's on
Let's
the-
see your video. Why have you got your video off?
I don't know, let's see if I can fix it, I've never used this app. 1 second. Can you see me now?
Not yet. We couldn't before.
I'm trying to figure it out here.
Where are you located, Mr. Atkins? Where are you?
Carl Treatment Center in Woodford.
Do you want to talk with him, or I want to know why he left, and he obviously did not have court permission to leave.
Yes, is there a telephone number there? I can call you and have a private conversation with you before the judge gets his questions answered.
Okay, 1 second, let me go get somebody here to give me the phone number.
Judge, I can find his number through Google if you want to recall him so we don't tie up your time.
All right. We'll come back to Mr. Atkins later in the docket after he's had a chance to talk with his counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio versus Amicia Shears, case number CRB 22578.
This is Mr. Smith's case. Set for preliminary hearing.
She's at hometown, Judge.
Do we have a report from hometown? Anybody here?
I'm not saw anyone, Your Honor.
Are you inpatient there now, or
I'm sorry.
are you inpatient?
I'm outpatient.
Go ahead, Mr. Atkins. You have a phone number?
740-351-9298.
Okay, I'm giving this to Mr. Morford, so we'll recall you before the court once you've had a chance to talk with him.
Okay, thank you.
So just stand by. What's your dosage now on the methadone?
It's 35.
Oh. Good.
Seems like she's headed in the right direction, Judge.
You should be able to switch over now. Is that what you're wanting to do, or are you wanting to completely get off?
I want to completely come off.
Okay. Well, I can agree with that too. You think you can do it?
I'm going to try to.
Did Hometown give you a report? to bring
No,
with you?
I had a group meeting with one of the counselors yesterday, and she was counting up my hours and all that, so I didn't get anything from her. But she told me Faith was also doing the same thing.
Okay, well, we need a report from them.
I'll call Kathy. What's her name?
Tamisha Shears, Shears, Timisha. Okay, we'll recall you.
State of Ohio versus Barbara Chapman, case number CRA 19616.
Mr. Smith's case, preliminary hearing. He's at Bethesda.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is not. This has been going on since 2019. So there she's talking about.
It's a good report.
We are going to solicit once it's completed. The last couple of it's happening good, and she's since it's been a couple of years.
Does she live with you?
No, she's just
Oh, she's still with you. Did she ever pay any restitution? Okay.
Your Honor, I've been speaking with Kara Chapman, who is Barbara Chapman's mother, and she says that Barbara is doing very well, and that at this point, the fact that these charges are pending are keeping her from maybe moving ahead in a way that she needs in order to complete her, not complete, but move along with significance towards her recovery, and that includes getting a job. And apparently she was turned down for a job recently, maybe that she might have gotten had this charge not been pending.
Yeah, I have proof on my phone of that.
Sorry.
I have some proof on my phone of that if you need it.
So, I mean, this is a case that started in 2019, and I'm assuming that we had had kind of a hiatus there for a couple of years, but I haven't looked at the counseling. What do you think, Taylor?
We're going to transition her into an actual transitional living where there's like not supervision at all. I think that, I mean, at this point, it's sink or swim. She's got to get a job. She's got to take care of her kids. She's got to be responsible at some point.
We want her to be successful, so it's hard to say, yes, we're going to dismiss the charge, just because we don't know what the future holds, but she's got to do it on her own, and her mother is in favor of it at this point, and I guess it was your home, right?
Yeah.
So she's the victim on this, and she probably the person who cares most about Barbara. So I think maybe it's time to do it.
Okay, your case will be dismissed. You're considered completed from this court. I think you've got, you need to look at it this way. You've got a really good start on things, but you've got to continue. And this next period of time is going to be a vulnerable time. A lot of people fail when they transition to less supervision. You got to be able to motivate and discipline yourself.
Yeah.
I'm really grateful for this program because they do actually care enough to still help me regardless. And I have to walk next door if I have any problems. So that's awesome.
Yeah, we're not moving very far.
Yeah.
All right, well, congratulations. Your case here is going to be dismissed as completed.
Awesome.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you for the help.
You're welcome. Good luck.
Thank you too.
State of Ohio versus Thomas Ward, case number CRA 22744, CRB 22745, CRB 746, CRD 10691, CRB 141189. Thomas Ward.
Judge, I think we're here on extradition to come back, make sure he was picked up by West Virginia authorities.
He apparently was.
Okay.
So
He's got an actual parole violation in West Virginia that they want him back on.
what I'll do on these, do we want him back on, he's got things that he still owes
He
court
does.
court cases, and he actually had a couple misdemeanors that were still pending. Do you want to just keep those pending with a warrant, dismiss them? We've got unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, M1, and the other one is possession of controlled substance.
On the unauthorized use, the victim on that is his mother, and she wanted him to get treatment. She wants to know when or if he gets out of jail, so I guess we'll be letting her know that he's gone off to, where, West Virginia?
West Virginia's a
Yeah,
parole violation.
violation issues, so
They want him back.
likely going back to prison, I would say.
I would imagine.
So we'll nolly these, and
Okay, 22-745 Nolly. 22-746 Nolly. 22-744, that was the West Virginia warrant. That's dismissed because he's been picked up. And then I'll consider 10-691 and 14-1189 as completed by jail time. So you'll have a clean slate here.
Appreciate it, Your Honor.
Oh, okay, so okay. We'll just have to continue. I don't know why they didn't send those to us when they have a hold of them.
State of Ohio versus Jamie L. Welch, case number CRA 22774.
All right, Jamie Welch had signed a waiver to go to Kentucky, but she has a common pleas holder, so she can't go to Kentucky. So I guess we'll just continue this month and see if she's out of jail. Are you representing her in common pleas?
I do, Your Honor, and she pled Wednesday. It was a probation violation. She's going to prison for the next 6 months, so she'll be going.
Well, you know what I'm going to do? I'll just dismiss it. I don't know why we even need to deal with it. We got that. We can't send her to Kentucky if we wanted to.
Yeah.
Dismissed. That need to clog up our docket.
State of Ohio versus Jan Bess, case number TRC 22-1743, A, B, C, and D.
Okay, this is a sentencing today. Ms. Bess is at Riverside.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good report. She's pled guilty back in July. We just delayed sentencing to let her go to treatment, so.
She believes she's going to be in treatment for a couple more months.
How do you want to continue to allow her to pen during sentencing or go ahead and sentence her?
Yeah, we're not opposed to having it continue.
Well, let's look, she's going to be, how long did you say, 4 months?
A couple more.
Couple.
2 months.
Yeah. 2 months, okay. Well, why don't we look in February to come back then?
That's fine, Your Honor.
With eye toward wrapping it up then, maybe,
Would the 6th work? 6th or the 17th?
let's do the 17th. 17th of February. February 17th for sentencing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Merry Christmas, too.
Merry Christmas.
State of Ohio versus Tiffany Phillips, case number CRB 22-680. Tiffany Phillips.
Phillips is here, Mr. Smith represents her, and she's at Southern Hope. Okay, it's a very good report. Dated the 15th of December. Thank you for the report. How do you want to proceed, Mr. Smith? She pled guilty, I guess, back in November.
Yes, she did, Your Honor. We'd sent, this is a M1 theft case, I believe, from Walmart.
She actually did 2 days in jail,
Okay.
so we would, I mean, if the court wanted to go ahead and sentence her today, we don't oppose that. We're glad she's doing good in Southern Hope, and hopefully, you know, she's going to continue doing that.
Let's go ahead and get you done. All right, that's fine, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Phillips, do you have anything you want to tell the court? You don't have to. If you want to make a statement, though, you can.
I was a stupid mistake, and I'm trying to get rid of bad character defects, you know, so like that was a character defect that I would have an addiction, and I'm working on those, so.
Well, the report I got is really good. It's a really good report and says, there's one thing that stuck out to me. Client goes above and beyond to get services and is helpful to other new clients. So that really impresses me that you're not only about helping yourself, but you want to help other people. So that tells me you've really got a good heart and you're on the right track here. So I just applaud that. So what I'm going to do, you've already pled, I'll accept your guilty plea, make a finding of guilty. I'm going to reduce your fine. Usually it's $100, I'm going to make it $25 because of what you've done so far on treatment. So, order you to pay the court costs, 10 days in jail, I'll suspend 8 and give you credit for 2 days you've already served. I'm going to order that you complete the treatment at Southern Hope, and I'll order that you do 5 days of community service.
I've already did some community service at like the lights at the courthouse.
You can turn that in if, you know, it's up to Mr. Cooper and Mr. Major, whether you get credit. I don't know, you didn't do it, well, you weren't doing it for another court, were you?
No.
Okay. Yeah, just get something to submit to them showing you did it.
I think she has a certificate from the commissioner's office. We did the lawn of the courthouse, all the outside of the courthouse, and she also did the drive-through Christmas with me. She was one of 3 clients that did drive-through Christmas.
Just talk to probation about that, and they'll give you credit if it's legit. Sounds like it was. Okay. I'll set your review hearing. Since you're in treatment, I want to get reports on that, so I'm going to have you come back. February 17th will be your next review hearing. And that'll be at 9 a.m. So today you need to go to the probation office, which is to the left as you leave the courtroom. Check in, sign some paperwork. You're free to go.
All right.
Thanks, Judge Cap.
Thanks for coming today.
Have a good day.
State of Ohio recalls to Misha Shears. It's case number CRB 22578 and CRA 22634.
Your Honor, the report that I received from Kathy, I was just trying to figure it out. It says Tamisha's been attending her group session. She has failed to reschedule her individual sessions, and attempts to reach out and text, calls, and email have not been returned. So she's not coming to individuals.
So what's your explanation for that, Ms. Shears?
She told me that I didn't need to do, it wasn't mandatory for,
Don't look at me.
well, I was just looking at you. Mental health.
Okay, well, I need to get a report.
But she had been in the hospital. She had canceled on me, I think, the past 3 times. She had some health issues. And I showed up for a session, and she was actually in her van when I was walking in, and she, hollered for me, and she told me not to get too close, that she was sick. She did call one time that I remember, and I forgot to get back with her. But every Tuesday, Thursday, I do the meetings from 5:30 to 7:30, and Saturday
Where are
mornings.
those held?
I'm sorry?
Where are those held?
On Zoom, with
so
home,
the
yeah,
teleconference.
with Christy Bird. And Saturday mornings from 9 to 11.
Mr. Hill?
I'm sorry if I missed part of the conversation, but is she still in good stead with her counselors, I guess?
She's missed some sessions, they're saying.
Well, then she's going to, in our opinion, need to step it up and make sure she's doing what she needs to do. What we have here are, one of the charges she could go to the grand jury on, and we need to have her make progress.
I do want to apologize. I just thought she told me it wasn't mandatory for the mental health.
Well, let's iron that out, and I need a report next time too, so that's obviously not on you. Let's come back in January. What's your schedule, Mr. Smith?
Judge, I could do the 6th, 9th, or 20th.
Let's do the 20th. January 20th will be the next hearing.
I sent that report from hometown to your phone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Taylor B. Howard, case number CRB 21427.
Set for sentencing, Mr. Smith's case.
Your Honor, Mr. Howard, I think last time here we were trying to get him in treatment. The problem is he's applied for a medical card. He hasn't been approved yet. But in the meantime, he has been going to NA, and he's got a meeting.
I started in November. I just don't have them all.
Okay, there is a schedule here where he's been in NA, and he said he started in November, and it looks like he's been going bi-weekly, so twice a week. So I guess he's going to continue to do that. I just asked that we maybe reset sentencing for a later date to see if we can get into treatment once he gets his medical card.
I can go to more too, like 3 or 4 times a week if I need to.
And he can increase his time in NA as well, so.
Mr. Hill.
We just want him to continue to do better and be successful in his treatment.
January 17th?
That's fine, Your Honor.
January 17th will be the next hearing as a sentencing.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
State of Ohio versus Rebecca A. Workman, case number TRD 222334.
Rebecca Workman did not check in, and she's set for sentencing. The bench warrant for federal review. Okay, let's check. Let's pull up 220152, because I said this would be dismissed if she paid off this 220152. 0152. 52. Rebecca Workman. 220152. 0152. Anything done on that?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't care about something.
Oh, she paid it? She didn't?
She was $125.
Okay. She paid $135. She didn't pay it all off. Okay, so there'll be a warrant on this then. Because that, she was supposed to pay that case and this one be dismissed. So that didn't happen.
That's fine.
State of Ohio versus Gordon Runyon, case number TRD 183493, CRB 22106.
All right, this is set for sentencing. Mr. Runyon is here today.
Yes, sir.
And what's going on with you at OVP? Are you?
Oh, I'm doing very good. First of all, I'd like to apologize about my phone ringing earlier. I thought I'd turned it off, but apparently I didn't. But as far as everything going real good, everything's going good with OVP. Apparently, they told me they sent you progress letters for me. Excuse me for clearing my throat, but I'm doing very, very well. 10 months sober, and I wish to God I'd have done that a long time ago.
Well, I don't have a recent report from them. What's the state's position on this? This is domestic violence from about a year ago. That's the 22106.
Your Honor, we've made regular efforts to speak with Ms. Boyard, who is the alleged victim, and we haven't had contact with her in quite a while.
She's really bad off. I mean, she don't even hardly answer the telephone or anything. Which I mean, we're no longer living with each other. I live elsewhere elsewhere, but I make sure she's always took care of and everything. She's got food, water, and everything.
And we had gotten some information back about September that she wasn't doing well.
So you want to nollie that charge then?
Yeah, the domestic violence charge, is there another charge in addition to
Yeah,
that?
it's a traffic. I think it's probably a driving or suspension license.
And I believe I got that pretty much took care of, I think. I don't know.
No license, so the
Yeah.
charge is no license. Do you have a driver's license now?
No, I am, right now I'm getting all everything in order, and then I'm gonna go up and get operators.
Okay, 22106, I'm going to nollie. It's dismissed. And let's just let the driver, I'm going to let you still work on your driver's license. I want you to keep going to OVP. I think that's good for you.
Yes, sir.
And we'll see you, I'll see you in another month, January 17th. We'll get a report from them.
Okay.
January 17th, 10 o'clock.
Okay, you have a very Merry Christmas.
You too.
And also, I like to add, I love Thanksgiving this year. Last year, I was drunk. This Thanksgiving,
Good job.
God bless you all.
Thank you. Is this more? This is right. No, it says, Mr. Morford, are you doing Tyler Atkins? Mr. Smith?
Yes, sir. He's the one that, what's it?
He's on screen now.
Yes, I just spoke with him by telephone. You want me to?
Yes. You ready to do it then?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Atkins is back on teleconference and his attorney, Mr. Morford's in the courtroom. Mr. Atkins, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
All right, Mr. Morford. Yes, I can. Mr. Morford, I wish to proceed.
Your Honor, I have made a proposal to Mr. Morford about the resisting arrest charge that's pending. Given that there's been, kind of a long time that this case has been pending, and that was never our intention to agree to dismiss that resisting arrest charge, even though we were willing to be patient with Mr. Atkins on the possession charge and the paraphernalia and the drug abuse. We wanted to succeed in treatment, and we looked to, if he can make it through and complete a program, we would still be looking to want to dismiss the charges, but we're not going to dismiss the resisting arrest charge. And given that we're at a crossroads here, it was my suggestion at this time that we needed to deal with that resisting arrest charge. And if he pled guilty, we would not request the imposition of jail time at this time. We would ask for a suspended jail sentence.
So what's Mr. Atkins' position?
Mr. Atkins,
I'll be willing to plead guilty to that if there's no jail time, yes.
you do not want to plead to guilty to that, is that correct?
He said he would.
Did you understand?
I understood what you're saying. Does that have to be resolved today? Because I would like to talk to my lawyer more about that.
So I didn't really talk to him much about that. I was more interested in why he was at the counseling center.
Understandable.
And I understand that the resisting isn't going to go away. He's going to have to answer that. I don't know if he's prepared to do that today. I'd like to get him established in counseling and make sure he's thinking clearly.
Okay.
But like I say, I understand your position. We've talked about it, and you've made me an offer, which I've relayed to him, but he's not willing to accept the offer, at least today.
So I've made a note that the next time we either have a plea to the resisting or we're going to ask for a trial on that. I don't want to have the trial.
I don't either. That's fair, and I'd agree to handle that. And Judge, with respect to your question is, why did he leave? Couple of reasons. He felt unsafe there. He claims that he was assaulted twice. He claims that he was surrounded by drugs there.
At the counseling center?
Yes, sir.
That's troubling, because I've always had a really high opinion of the counseling center.
That there were residents putting drugs into other residents' beverages.
Is Mr. Davis still here? He needs to be in here to hear
He
this.
just left.
And his mental health needs in his mind, Your Honor, were not being met.
Well, I suspect the counseling, because I read some of the report, and they said he had urine and they thought stored that he was going to use to try to pass screens with. At least that was one of the problems. So.
Yes, sir, they thought our roommate with that not be. Our roommate had just left for a whole night and come back with drugs.
What's the state's position on this? How do you want to proceed? I guess the other thing you could do is just take it on to the grand jury. This is a felony.
We could do that. It still leaves the resisting arrest charge here, which we consider to be very serious.
It's not tied in with the possession.
I believe it's
separate.
I think it's.
Your Honor, if I may, Mr. Davis is on his way back.
Okay.
I think it's the time in which he was arrested and the drugs were discovered.
Well, it could go then.
It could.
If it happened at the same time, it can go with the possession.
Right, and you were actually asking me a question, I guess, before, not stating it. Okay, so the drug charge was on June the 23rd. And I don't know when the resisting was. If he's at Cardinal and we're able to get reports, and I don't know what to make of this allegation of the counseling center, what that amounts to.
Sorry.
July the 24th.
Different dates.
So, yeah, it would stay here, and it's, that, we consider that to be serious also.
All right, so I don't like people taking it upon themselves to change their treatment facility. The other thing is, Mr. Atkins has done this before. Looking in the file, he was at a different facility before he went to the counseling center. So I'm skeptical, to put it that way. I'm very skeptical. But let's go forward and see what he does. Let's see what your performance is at Cardinal. And if you do well, then so be it. But I've about had it with excuses and blaming other people. So we need to see some performance on your part. Not coming up for reasons why you failed because somebody else did something to you or whatever.
Do you understand that, Mr. Atkins, you're in a precarious position right now? You have to get with the program at Cardinal, be clean and compliant, and the reports the judge gets, you're doing what you're asked to be doing, or he's going to wash his hands of it and ask to be sent to Ironton, and you really don't want that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, like I said, he wants to see performance. And that's what he's going to be looking for.
Let's come back in a month and see what kind of report we get. And I'm going to need a report from Cardinal too. January 17th, that's a Tuesday.
Yes, sir.
You're here?
I am.
January 17th would be the next hearing, preliminary hearing and pretrial.
Your Honor, I'm told that there may be some type of resolution on this State of Ohio versus Shannon Payne, case number CRB 22480. Next would be for the Lawrence County Jail with James Perkins being the first in the chair.
All right, Champaign 22480, this was set for trial today. Mr. Lambert's for...
Yes, Your Honor, we approach.
Yes. Yeah. Sticks and stones. All right, it's my understanding the state's agreeable to reducing the charge to disorderly conduct. The defendant's agreeable to entering a plea to that.
Yes, Your Honor, based upon our discussion.
All right, so in what plea is he entering?
A plea of guilty to that, Your Honor, based upon our discussions.
Is that correct, Mr. Payne?
Yes.
All right, and we have the complaining party here today, which was scheduled for trial. So do you wish to make any statement before I do sentencing?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to say that this wasn't the first incident that's happened. He's tried multiple times to harm him, so I feel like you should know that.
And you talk about it in a physical way or verbal
Yes.
altercations?
Yes. He tried when I was 16 years old to beat me up in a hospital. After we had our first daughter. Yeah, I just want a restraining order on him, and that I'm fine for whatever happens after that.
Okay. Mr. Hill, anything else you want to say?
Well, and we've negotiated this, we were prepared to have a trial today, and we have witnesses here. And knowing that this is a family situation and very sensitive and very volatile, we sought to figure out what needed to get done, and I think the protection order, the no contact order is a very important part of this, and a suspended jail sentence would be part of it. If the court orders that, we believe that that's appropriate. We would agree to amending the charge to an M4 disorderly by fighting. And
yeah, the statute number on the...
No, but I can't. We are not requesting a fine, and as far as the level of probation, we're not concerned about necessarily him having to report all the time. It's just the protection order and the suspended jail sentence that we think is most important. I'll ask. It's
Okay, she's got it.
You got it.
It's 291711.
We were all getting there about the same time, it looks like.
And Your Honor, Mr. Goffard wanted to say one last thing that he'd forgotten to say.
Go ahead, sir.
He also keeps telling all his friends that next time he catches me out, he's going to beat me or kill me. So that's also why I want a restraining order too. And his ex-girlfriend, he told her the same thing. She called my wife last night and talked to her about it.
Okay, Mr. Lambert, do you wish to be heard?
No, Your Honor. I mean, people say things, and whether it's true or not, whether it's hearsay or not, at this point, we just want to get it over with.
All right, Mr. Payne, anything you wish to say? You have a right to make a statement before you're sentenced.
No, sir.
Okay, I'll accept the guilty plea. I'll impose a $250 fine, which I'll suspend on the condition there's no further violations of any no contact order, protection order, you pay the court costs. 10 days in jail suspended on the same condition. I'll order a no contact order, which means not to go around contact. I mean, it's a sad situation, but for now, it sounds like that's the best thing. Maybe things can heal up later. This is family, so you all have to work that out. But for now, you're not to go around Mr. Gothard. Contact him. I don't want any social media posts. You don't look like somebody that would post stuff on social media, but that stirs up a lot of stuff. Just stay away for now and let things die down. And then hopefully some point maybe you can heal this relationship down the road. It sounds like you have a child together?
We have 3.
3, okay, well, yeah, grandkids are something to be treasured, so, and you gotta put up with the parents to have a relationship with the grandkids. I've got 7 coming this weekend, so, just kidding about that. I love my kids too, so I've got 3 kids. But, you know, as life gets shorter and shorter, the older you get, you figure out those are important relationships, and you really got to put down priority, give them priority. So,
Can we approach, if there's another, one question I've got about.
okay, well, all right.
Okay, so they are okay with the order being modified, that there be no restriction on the actual distance, just no
contact.
Just minimize contact, like if there's a ball game, you can go to the ball game, but you don't need to talk to them or approach them or anything like that, or same thing with the fair. You go to the fair and they just happen to be there, go the other way. Don't go over and try to talk to them.
Yeah, that's what I told him, that just avoid the contact.
All right, be modified to that extent. Level 5 probation review hearing will be July 17th of 23. He will need to go check in with Mr. Major in the probation office.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the one, no contact, that's what we're reading. This distance.
Well, it's standard 500 feet, it can't be more than that.
That's what he just said, we're not doing no 15 feet out.
Well, it's going to be modified. There's probably a blank space for
Well, here's
instructions, right?
This here takes care of it, if he accidentally comes in contact.
Shall not initiate or have contact with them, that'll take care of it.
See, that's standard, it says we modify, we have to put the
Oh, you don't have to.
Yeah, let's go. We're going to go on to the jail where you all work on that protection order.
State of Ohio versus James Perkins, case number CRB 2176, CRB 201010, and CRB 201009. Travis Salyers is on deck.
All right, James Perkins, is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Perkins, I'm Judge Capper at Lawrence County Municipal Court.
Hey, Josh.
This is on failure to appear for a review hearing. And it looks like that was December the 5th.
Same guy you had up there earlier.
I've been in jail since the second.
Okay, it looks like it was November 28th, actually. November 28th.
It's the orange.
Do you admit or deny you missed your hearing?
I admit I missed my hearing, sir.
Do you have an explanation for that?
There really isn't any excuse. Chris Capper, I was doing really good, and I realized messed up. They're sending me to Lawrence County Recovery today on ankle bracelet.
Oh, okay, so I think so you've got something in common pleas too, right?
Yeah, they sentenced me Wednesday to Lawrence County Recovery on ankle bracelet. I just had to wait to come and see you first before they pick me up. They was here yesterday to pick me up, but I had to come and see you first.
Okay, I'll release the holder that I have on you, and I think that's good that you go to Lawrence County Recovery. Since common pleas is going to be overseeing you, I don't think I need to any longer. You used to have fines and court costs here today, so I'm going to set your next hearing with me out a couple of months. I'm going to make it fair.
Now am I able to, while I'm at Lawrence County Recovery, am I able to leave it like everything's worked out?
I would let you. Yeah, if they'll let you come out, you can. February 17th will be your next hearing, so that's the third Friday in February. You have a review hearing in front of me.
Yes, sir. Thanks, sir.
You're welcome. Good luck.
All right, thank you. Is that it?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
State of Ohio versus Travis Salyers, case number CRA 22791 and CRA 22418. Kyle Sias is on deck.
All right, and you are Travis Salyers. Mr. Salyers, I think you know I'm Judge Capper at the Lawrence County Municipal Court. This is your review hearing. You have a right to and arraignment. You've got a new charge too. You've got the right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything. What you say can be used against you. You have a right to have an attorney, to have bail, to make the state prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those rights? The new charge is possession of drugs. It's alleged on December 15th, you were knowingly in possession of methamphetamine, it's a Schedule II substance, possession of which is a felony 5, maximum penalty is a year in jail, $2,500 fine. Do you understand that charge? Then you've got old cases here that are still pending. Mr. Morford was your attorney, so I'm going to appoint him on the new case. You had a hearing back in September. You were supposed to be here September the 6th for a preliminary hearing. And that looks like it was probably some kind of possession charge and a misdemeanor. No, complicity to commit theft was the misdemeanor. Possession of drugs was the felony, that was also methamphetamine. He was supposed to be at OBP at one point. Inpatient, I think he left.
Yeah. I was honestly going to turn myself back into the OBP, and I've got a 3-week-old baby now, and it's been kind of hectic since she's been born, so I've been kind of busy, you know.
What's the state's position?
I understand.
What's the state's position on bond for Mr. Salyers?
Well, Your Honor, my file here indicates that Children's Services is involved, so I don't know whether they've taken custody of the child, but meth and children really don't go together very well. So, was he supposed to be in counseling or treatment already on another case?
Well, it looks like the last charges started in the summer, say June. He was allowed to try outpatient, and I had made a note at one point, inpatient if continues to get bad screens, and then September the 6th, OVP inpatient, question mark, and he wasn't here. I don't know if he actually went to OVP and left, or he just didn't show up for his hearing, but he's had a warrant from here outstanding since September 6th.
Well, then I would think that if he's to be released under any circumstances, it should be on GPS and ordered into residential treatment someplace.
I'd be fine with that.
Mr. Morgan?
If he wants that, I'll try to make that happen. You want me to try to see if OVP will accept him, Judge, or?
How about Tessa? Do you have a bid?
I do.
That work?
Okay, I'm going to order Mr. Salyer's release, and you can get him when?
I can get him today, but I don't know if GPS will be available today.
I'm going to bet no.
Last I checked, there was a waiting list.
Oh, really? Okay.
So whenever you want to.
Well, let's put him back on the docket for, well, I won't be here Monday, but someone will be. Check and see if there's an ankle monitor available by then. So, Mr. Salyers, things you do have consequences. Do you understand that concept?
Yes.
When you do something that follows you later, well, you had a chance before to go to treatment and you left or didn't do what you were supposed to. Well, now you're going to have an ankle monitor before you can go to treatment, and the ankle monitors are hard to come by. So you're going to have to sit in jail till there's an ankle monitor available because of what you did before. So whose fault is that?
That's mine.
It's your fault. Absolutely. And that's part of this whole process. You need to start accepting responsibility for the stuff you've done that causes problems today. So quit doing that kind of stuff, and you'll stop having those future consequences. But we gotta get you in treatment. So I'm going to put you back on the docket. I would bet a very large sum of money we cannot get an ankle monitor on a Friday afternoon during Christmas season placed. So no bad comments meant by that. But let's put him back on the docket for Monday. Status conference.
I've got to come back to this on Monday.
You're going to be in the jail.
Yeah.
I'm going to set bond at $25,000 cash or surety. And again, that's because you left before. And then we'll try to get you in the treatment on Monday. With an ankle, the monitor is the problem. It's getting an ankle monitor. We can probably find you a bed, find you an ankle monitor. We'll have a better chance on Monday than we are going to have this afternoon.
Thank you.
So I've got to have the ankle monitor on.
You have to have the ankle monitor on before you can leave the jail, because I can't trust you to come back to court or stay at the treatment facility. You've already showed me once that you would leave. Right? Okay. I'm a slow learner, but I do learn. You already taught me a lesson. You taught me you won't stay. So, without an ankle monitor. You might even leave with an ankle monitor, but let me tell you this is while we're on the topic. Because we've had people do this. They get an ankle monitor, then they decide they still don't want to stay. And they just not only leave, they cut the ankle monitor off. You just guaranteed yourself a trip to prison if you do that.
3 years.
3 years in prison. that we've had people do that, and I even tell them, and they still cut it off. It's like you escaped, it'll go to common pleas, and they treat it just like you escaped from the jail. So, it'd be better if you're not gonna stay, don't even go, don't even put the ankle monitor on, because you're just you're digging the hole really deep by, if you think you're tempted to cut it off, I wouldn't even say, I don't even want to go to treatment, just sit in the jail.
I understand.
Okay, we'll see you Monday, or somebody will, I won't be here Monday.
Alright, so I gotta come back to court Monday, right?
You will be on the screen Monday.
Okay.
State of Ohio versus Kyle Sice, case number CRB 22794. Freddie Sloan is on deck.
Okay, sir, are you Kyle Sice?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sice, I'm Judge Capper at the Lawrence County Municipal Court in Chesapeake. We are doing your arraignment hearing by teleconference. You are appearing in court on a television monitor, and it's all being recorded. Everything you say and what I say is all being recorded. If you make a statement that can be used against you, is detrimental to your case, the state of Ohio can use that against you. So you don't have to say anything. You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed if you can't afford one, and to have bond, and to make the state prove any charge beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand those things?
Yes, sir.
The charge against you is domestic violence. It alleges that on December the 12th in Perry Township, by threat of force, you knowingly caused Donna Stevenson to believe that you would cause imminent physical harm to her or a member of her family, and that she is a member of your family or household. Do you understand the charge?
Yes, sir.
How do you wish to plead to this charge?
Not guilty.
Do you want a lawyer appointed to represent you?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a job?
No, sir.
No income? You don't have any income at all?
On disability.
Mr. Morford, I'll appoint you to represent Mr. Sias. Not guilty plea is entered. What's the state's position on bond?
Your Honor, I've been able to speak with Donna Stevenson, the alleged victim, who is Mr. Sias's mother. She has grave concerns about him, and she's kind of at the end of her rope with his situation. She doesn't know whether it's mental health or drugs or mental health, but she believes that he needs some serious intervention. And I don't know whether we have other cases pending with him right now or have recently. His name seems familiar to me.
I believe I've represented him.
So we want him to get into some place where he can start to get some treatment and not.
Has he had any kind of treatment in the past? What kind?
Mental health and drugs.
Substance use? You know where?
A year ago, he was in Athens, which seemed to be the best help, and then.
So you must have had a felony then. Do you have a felony charge to get into Athens?
No, it was just the mental health.
Was it the behavioral hospital?
Yes.
How did he get in there? Because that's hard to get in.
Was it through this court?
Yeah.
Did we do that through this court?
It must have been one of those miracles.
Yeah, we have a hard time getting people, I mean, they do a really good job, but
Right.
they don't want to take misdemeanors. They want felonies. They've told me that.
He did really good for a year, and then in June went into OVP, didn't stay the course, stayed a couple weeks. He's been off of his medicine for about 6 or 8 weeks now.
Who prescribes his medications?
I think her name's Janelle at Chesapeake up here.
And what's he taking?
I'm not sure the names.
But it's mental health, is it Suboxone or mental health?
No, mental health. Schizophrenia, bipolar.
Does he have a Ohio medical card? Well, we've got a new agency that I've been fairly impressed with so far called PATH, right here in the Chesapeake Plaza, and we sent a few people there and had pretty good success with them. So I'd be open to that. And they do mental health.
That would be great, in my opinion.
Now, where's he gonna live? You got a place to stay other than with you?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, I've got a place. I've got my own property out on Solid Road.
This rings a bell. We talked about this before, didn't we, when he was in the court?
He just recently rented the place.
Okay.
The first
It just sounded familiar to me.
Yeah.
And then, does he have is there actually a dwelling there? Place to go inside?
It's a garage.
It's a garage.
He rented it to try to do some work, but there's never been any work done there that I know of. It's a place to seclude yourself and not have to deal with the world. I had said before, I don't care if he stays at my house, but he has to stay on his medicines and not do drugs.
Sounds like reasonable conditions of bond to me. Mr. Morford?
I agree.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you don't want a protection order. Okay, okay, your mom's gonna let you come back home. But you're 26 years old, right?
Yes, sir.
It's her house, right?
Yes, sir.
She gets to make the rules, right?
Yes, sir.
If you don't like the rules, what do? You yell at the rule maker or threaten them?
It's her rules, her way, her house.
You leave. If you don't like the rules, you can move out. She owes you nothing. She owed you a raising. You got your raising. She doesn't owe you anything now. You're there by her good graces.
Yes, sir.
So if you don't want to comply with what she wants you to do, get the heck out of Dodge. Go make your own way. That's what you got to do. Mr. Hill.
Your Honor, this might jog the court's memory. This is a case that in 2021 involved an animal cruelty charge where he kicked the dog that he owned but his mother was keeping for him. He had been in Florida and had been in a mental health facility there in Florida. And we had him in court prior. So we do have quite a history with him.
Okay.
And hopefully when he goes home to his mother this time that we don't continue to have problems.
I'm also going to order a condition of bond that you make an appointment, get an assessment at PATH, because they will work with the court on your mental health and they'll give me reports, so I'll be in the loop as to what, and he also has to agree to that. If he doesn't want to agree to that, then you can stay, sit in jail.
No, I agree with that, sir.
Okay. And then we probably should come back, maybe December 30th?
Probably quick, I would think, yeah.
December 30th, 2 weeks.
Your Honor, is that on a Monday?
It's a Friday. You want Mondays?
I'm self-employed and I'm missing a whole day's work. I'm off on Mondays,
Okay.
if possible.
Okay, that would, well, the problem is if, with the holidays, that messes it up because we're closed the 26th, we're closed the 2nd, so we're looking at the first Monday, other than next, which is this coming Monday, which is too quick, we're not going to get
Yeah,
any.
just keep it there then. I'll arrange mine.
Okay, the 30th?
Yeah,
The only other Monday I got, the next Monday is going to be January 9th.
that's okay. Just keep it. I'll arrange it.
All right, December 30th is going to be the next hearing as a pretrial. So, further conditions, she said no illicit drugs and you got to take your meds.
Judge, would you mind asking him for his phone number?
You have a cell phone, Mr. Sias?
You probably don't.
Yes, sir.
Do you have the number?
740-716-6950.
right, that was for your attorney, Mr. Morford.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, I'm gonna see you on December 30th, and I wanna get a good report that you've been to PATH, and I have several people going there, and they like it. It's helping them, so I hope you'll have a positive experience with them too. Okay, who's next? Yeah, he gets an OR bond of $1,000.
State of Ohio versus Freddie Sloan, case number CRB 181253 and CRA 18876. Alicia Staley is on deck.
All right, you're Freddie Sloan, ma'am?
Yes.
And can you hear me, Miss Sloan?
Yes, sir, I can.
And I think you know I'm Judge Capper at the Lawrence County Municipal Court, and you've got, it's alleged, got picked up on warrants for failure to appear for review hearings on prior cases. 18-1253 was a theft offense. You had a review hearing on April the 15th of 22. It's alleged you didn't show up for that. Looks like that was the only one still pending, or that you hadn't completed. You didn't, it's alleged you didn't do your community service or come to your review hearing, so you got a warrant, and the allegation is that you got arrested on the warrant for failure to appear for review hearing. You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed if you disagree with that, to make the state prove that allegation beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those things?
Yes, sir, I do.
You admit or deny you failed to appear for your review hearing?
I admit.
Do you have a good explanation as to why you didn't come?
Actually, I didn't think that I had a court date. I thought I paid off all my fines, and I thought I had like 2 or 3 days community service left. But I wasn't aware.
Yeah, you had 5 days left. And if you don't,
5 days?
yeah, if you don't come, if you got community service left and you don't come to your review hearing, you're gonna get a warrant because you didn't finish what you were ordered to do and you didn't show up for your court date. So that's why you
I
gotta.
could get all.
I'm sorry?
I could get all 5 of those done immediately.
Okay. How long you been in jail now?
Just overnight.
Do you have any other charges, or is this it?
No, this is it.
Okay, I'll sentence you to a day in jail for contempt for not coming to court, and I'll give you a new review hearing date. And you gotta come to court or finish what you're ordered to do. Just finish what you're ordered to do. That's what the whole idea is. Make you do what you're supposed to do.
I understand.
Okay, so I'm gonna set it for February the 6th. So I'm giving you, that's well over a month to get 5 days finished. If you
And then
do,
come back to court.
you don't have to come back if you get your community service done. And, well, now you've got a $50 warrant fee. You gotta pay that. That's all you got left. $50 warrant fee and 5 days community service. So that's the first Monday in February. You got a court hearing at 9 a.m., but you don't have to come if you just do what you were ordered to do.
Okay, I understand that.
So as soon as we get the paperwork down, you'll get out of jail today.
Today?
Yes. Do you have any questions besides that? That's what everybody wants to know. When are they getting out of jail? What you should be asking is, how do I avoid jail? Avoid jail by doing what you're ordered to do.
I know how to avoid it. I'm gonna pay that $50 fine and do my community service, and then you won't have to worry about paying me no more.
Okay, very good. That's what I want you to do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Alicia Staley, case number CRB 22795. And Dakota Walls is on deck.
Ma'am, are you Alicia Staley? Ms. Staley, I'm Judge Capper at the Lawrence County Municipal Court. This is what's called an arraignment hearing. You have a right to remain silent. If you say things, it's all being recorded. If you admit something the state likes to use against you in their case, they can. So you don't have to say anything. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed if you can't afford one. You have a right to bond, and you have a right to make the state prove charges beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand those rights?
Yes, sir.
The charge against you is that you tried to take stuff from Walmart that belonged to them without paying for it. That's a misdemeanor theft offense. Maximum penalty, 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. Do you understand that charge?
Yes, sir.
How do you plead to it?
Guilty, Your Honor.
I couldn't hear what you said. Can you repeat it, please?
Guilty.
Guilty means you're admitting it's true. When you do that, you waive the rights to have a trial and a lawyer. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I've got an affidavit from a Walmart employee that says he saw you conceal merchandise in Walmart bags in the infants department and walk through the store, through the self-checkouts, past the last point of sale without paying for it. You got stopped at the door.
Yes, sir.
Anything you wish to say?
Your Honor, I haven't been in a situation like this for this long. I do understand what I did, and I'm sorry, and I would like to say that my lesson has been learned from this. I do want to make a better example for my 2 little girls, so
Who's got them now?
their dads and my mom.
And you've been in jail since what, Tuesday?
Yeah. Yeah, their dads have them for the time being. We do good with co-parenting, so.
Okay, you're not together with the dad?
I am with my second daughter's dad, but not the first one. But we do good with co-parenting and that kind of thing, so.
Okay, anything else you want to tell me before I sentence you?
No, sir.
Anything from the state on that?
She's done several days in jail, so that probably would go a long way in our estimation.
Okay, I'm going to cut your fine down since you wound up spending 3 days in jail. I'll give you a $25 fine. Order you to pay the court costs. 10 days in jail. I'll give you credit for 3 serves, suspend 7. I'll order you to do 3 days of community service, 18 hours of community service. And I'll order you to stay out of Walmarts.
Absolutely.
How they stay in business, I don't know, because I've ordered thousands of people to stay out of there. But people go back. It's like, what was that in Greek mythology, the sirens, like call to people and they can't stay off the rocks for Walmart's. I don't know. If you want to, I just say this, if you want to get caught for shoplifting, that's the place to go, because they'll catch you.
Well, I don't have nothing to worry about because I won't be there, so.
Do you have any kind of, one of the drawbacks of not having people here in jail or here at the court is I would have you screened. Do you have any substance use issues?
Absolutely not.
Okay, your review hearing is going to be July 17th of 23 at 9 o'clock. If you want a copy of your judgment entry, you can pick it up here, or you can go online. Do you have access to a computer?
Yeah.
Courthouse?
I come there to pay my fines, right?
Yes.
Okay, I can pick it up there. I'll be there to pay my fines as soon as possible, but either today or first thing Monday.
Okay. If you get everything finished, you don't have to come to your review hearing July 17th, 9 a.m.
Okay.
Okay, that's all. Who's next?
State of Ohio versus Dakota Walls, case number CRB 22793, and Shannon Malavente is on deck.
Sir, are you Dakota Walls?
I've been better,
I'm fine. I'm trying to verify your name. Are you Dakota Walls?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Walls, I'm Judge Capper at the Marks County Municipal Court in Chesapeake. You're being arraigned on a domestic violence charge. You have a right not to say anything. You can remain silent if you want to. But if you do say things, what you say can be used against you. You have an attorney, you have a right to have an attorney, and to have that attorney appointed to represent you if you can't afford one. You have a right to bail and to make the state prove any charge beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand those rights?
Yes, sir.
The domestic violence charge alleges that at Perry Township on December 13th of this year, you knowingly caused or tried to cause physical harm to Kimberly Short, and that Kimberly is either a member of your family or household. So the maximum penalty you face is 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. Do you understand that charge?
Yes, sir.
How do you wish to plead to it?
I'm not totally understanding.
Okay, you're charged with domestic violence. It's a first-degree misdemeanor. If you're not sure what to do, you probably enter a not guilty plea, but I'm asking for a plea. That's your answer to the charge. You can plead guilty, not guilty, no contest. If you don't know what to do, enter a not guilty plea.
Is there somebody I can ask you for me?
I'll enter a not guilty plea for you, because you're obviously not sure what to do. Do you have a job?
What's that?
Do you have a job?
I was in the mix of getting one right before I heard it.
Okay, so that means no, you don't have a job, right?
No, sir.
I'll appoint Mr. Morford to represent you.
No, I have a question. I'm sorry, I want to speak out of turn.
Well, you could be. Remember what I told you, this is all on the record, so I think Mr. Morford, he's standing right here. He's going to say, it's best to wait and talk to him because that's off the record and can't be used against you.
Okay.
Did I get that right, Mr. Moore?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so do you have a phone number where you can be reached, Mr. Walls?
740-237-9262. 9262.
9262. Thank you.
9262.
I'm going to let you sign a signature bond that gets you out of jail on your promise to come to court. Do you know where the court is in Chesapeake?
No, I do not.
Are you from South Point?
Yes, sir.
Where in South Point?
Down by the baseball field, like 7 Plant Industrial Park area.
Okay, get on County Road 1. You know where that is, right?
Yes, sir.
And just go east. Probably about 5 to 6 miles. If you're at the ball field. Go east, across from the flea market is the court. You get to the first light in Chesapeake, you've gone too far. Turn around and go back about a mile or half mile. So it's not too far from where you are, but you've got to be here, and we're going to give you a date now as to when to come to court. I'm looking in January, Mr. Warford.
It does sound pretty good in January.
Okay. January 9th?
Yes, sir.
January the 9th, that's the first, no, it's not the first Monday. Well, you got New Year's Day is the second, and then a week later, you gotta be in court in Chesapeake for your first hearing. It'll be a pretrial, 10 o'clock. Mr. Morford's gonna represent you, and he has an office in Ironton. You can call him there, or he's got your phone number, he can call you.
I'm gonna call you and have you make an appointment to come in, sir.
Do you have any questions, sir?
So I can sign that thing and get out today, correct?
Yes, sir, you can.
Okay. I'll see you in court, and I promise you'll never see me in jail again.
Okay.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Shanna, Badalamenti, case number CRB 20-325, and Kerry Wheeler is on deck.
Shannon Badalamenti is Mr. Morford's client. This is one we've been trying to get her an ankle monitor forever, right? At one point.
Yes, sir. Mr. James and I begged, pleaded, everything we needed to do, and we're unable to do that. She did appear in common pleas court this past Wednesday, Judge. She is going to Lawrence County Recovery and returns, I believe, on January 26th. No, I take that back. She entered an agreement for 7 months flat.
So she's going to prison?
Yes, sir. On a probation violation.
What's the state want to do here with this one then? It's a theft from 2020, Walmart theft. Is there any other comment?
Doesn't seem like there is, although, boy, there's some nice merchandise in some of those other places. And it's unresolved at this point.
But nobody goes there to shop for it. It's kind of like, I was going to say something I probably would regret, so they're not.
Is this pending, Your Honor, or is this a review thing?
It was a review. She had missed a review hearing, and we set a pretrial on review, and then she was in a bad way when I first arraigned her. I was going to try to get her in detox, but she detoxed in the jail. Say that.
Yes, sir.
Well,
So,
if she's heading off to prison, then
want to just completed by jail time?
we don't oppose that, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Badalamenti, your cases here are completed by the jail time you're about to do.
All right, thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Kerry Wheeler, case number CRB 22776 and CRA 22765 A and B. Hobart Gearhart is on deck.
This is Mr. Morford's case. Case says there's actually more than one file.
Didn't she go to OVP again?
Kerry, were you not accepted at OVP?
Yes, sir. In relation to the first time, yes, and then recently, the other night, I had talked to another agency to try to get back, because I know I need to go. I'm sorry, I just had a minute.
Who did you speak with?
It was at home, I believe, out of South Point.
Hometown.
Hometown?
Yes, sir.
Did they accept you for inpatient or what?
They came and did an evaluation. I'm not exactly sure what the final acceptance was. It was all based on the outcome of these proceedings, I believe.
Do they have inpatient?
They do, but I thought she had Medicare, they can't take Medicare.
Yeah, I thought she was going to OVP.
That's the reason why she had it.
That's what I haven't known.
But, and OEP was the initial,
You didn't want to go to OVP?
it's not a question of one or the other. It's just, I know I need to go. So, that was the only thing I could do in the surroundings that I was in here. And I just wanted to get it done. So I had, options to report during this proceeding.
Well,
Because I know I need to go.
I don't think hometown recovery is an option for you because you've got Medicare, which means there's only very few providers that accept Medicare, and OVP is one of them.
Okay, well, they did an evaluation and said that it was, so I'm not sure that's of course, that's your decision.
But
I'll do whatever I need to.
I thought we were waiting on an ankle monitor was one of the issues. We wanted an ankle monitor? Because she was at OVP and left, right? You were at OVP and walked. Well, legend has it that you walked, but I think you actually set the record straight and said you got a ride. You proved that it is possible to hitchhike still. If somebody wants to get somewhere bad enough and you wanted to get there really bad, you got to Rome Township. So I think that's the problem. Remember, she was at OVP and left. So I don't know, maybe they won't take her back now. So.
Did she leave after December 5th, Judge?
Yes.
Okay.
Recently.
Then probably is not going to happen to OVP.
Right? That all happened here. I'm not dreaming that. That happened here fairly recently. She, according to the legends, I say that Carrie left OVP and walked from there to Rome Township. But I was pretty impressed with that. But then I remember coming back to court and you said, no, you got to ride.
Well, I got to ride partial way, yes, I sure did. But I walked out as well, so, I can't walk it.
She was on foot when she left, so that's partially.
Yeah, she was on foot when she left, and she walked part of it.
Yeah.
So she called for an Uber or something, I don't know. I've threatened to do that myself. I haven't done it yet. So, probably OVP's the only game we've got, or the counseling center. Counseling center can do Medicare?
I think they can do grants, because she's from Lawrence County, right?
Right.
They can.
I am.
And that might be an even better option. Because that would be you, well, of course, you could hitchhike, but we're talking 45 miles probably.
I mean, they've got the place in Lansing.
Mr. Davis just texted me about that other thing. Have you ever been to the counseling center?
Yes, sir.
Well, what's the state's position on an ankle monitor?
I don't have any notes about it before, but obviously it would be a situation where it would be considered. If she could get into the counseling center, we might not need ankle monitor. That's a long way away, although there is Uber, I guess. There's a waiting list. So, I mean, it doesn't look like anything's going to get resolved today anyway. It looks like. Because we don't know where she's going to go today, right? So if we made the GPS a condition of her release today.
Put it back on the docket for Monday?
Yes.
Judge Hall's going to have to become expert in ankle monitors on Monday. I'll put it back on the docket for Monday. Let's look for ankle monitors. They're very rare on Friday afternoons. Rare to non-existent.
Is that what the state pays?
Yeah. Yes.
Carrie, you on board with going to the counseling center if we can get you in there and find a monitor for you?
I don't think I really have a choice in the matter, so yes, sir, I'm on board.
Okay. Stay there, don't leave.
Yes, sir.
Okay, back on the docket for Monday.
Which,
State of Ohio versus Hobart Gearhart, case number TRC 222479 A and B, CRB 21815 A and B, CRB 21781, CRB 22477, CRB 22383, CRB 22342, CRB 22752, CRB 22764. Jesse Sheets is on deck.
This is Mr. Morford's case. You're like a public defender for this court, I think.
I relish that role, Judge.
so, Your Honor, it appears that the issues that kind of rise to the top are, number one, that Mr. Gearhart has a community control violation, which I have looked online today and don't see anything more than was the last note on there, which was that there was a hold placed on him. So we know there's a hold on him.
So he didn't go to court this past Wednesday?
No, if he did, they haven't put an entry on. So there's that. So he's stuck there now on that. Then the issue number two is, in my mind anyway, the cows. Where are they? Who's feeding them? What are we going to do with them? And I don't know the answer to that. And then number three, obviously, we've got cases that are on disposition and cases that are pending.
Well, you said he had a girlfriend that would feed the cows. That's a good girlfriend that will feed cows.
I don't know about all that. I kind of really feel like she probably set me up. I don't even know if I've got any cows. I feel like she probably sold them, kept the money. I can't get her to answer the phone. She's probably selling everything I got. I seriously doubt there's any cows out there.
Well, that takes care of the cows, then.
It does.
I'm being serious, trying to be. I seriously doubt there's any cows. I don't know for a fact, but I'm telling you, she told me she had 5 all along. And And then she told me 2 was dead, 4 were missing. And she went to the phone in weeks. I seriously doubt there's a cow out there.
Well, we can't get you out of jail to go take care of the cows anyway, because common pleas got a holder on you, which I can't override, so you gotta sit there.
I mean, when am I supposed to go for a common plea? She told me the 21st.
Okay, well, that's coming up this Wednesday, that makes sense, that's when they have their hearings on Wednesday, so. That's
Well, last week, Mr. Hill called home, and he said I was going on the 14th, but apparently I ain't on the 14th, so they ain't gonna get me.
Yeah, that's what I was told.
Can you call him again?
Well, they're not gonna have court again until the 21st now.
I'll send a text message to him and see if he knows anything more.
I mean, I'm really putting a rock and hard spot here. I mean, she's probably selling all my farm equipment and everything else. She's got to have it all at my expense.
Well, I think I've already given him an OR bond, that's all I can do. So he can get released when he can get the common pleas holder released. And I would say continue this until the 23rd. He will have been in common pleas by then.
I seem like I've been in front of you on this video every week since I've been here. I've been here a month.
Hobart, do you understand that Judge Capper's done everything he can for you to obtain your release on your signature? It's not him or his court that's holding it, it's the holder from the adult probation office. Okay. He wants you out.
Yeah, I understand it.
Okay.
I also understand that I've asked you about 3 times on this video to come and see me or call me, and you told me every time you would, and I've yet to see you or call me.
Well, Hobart, I tried to call you one day and they couldn't get you. I will try to call you this afternoon.
They couldn't get me. I've been in B3 for a month.
Hobart, I will call you this afternoon, sir.
All right, I'm going to continue his cases to December 23rd. Hopefully by then you will have been to common pleas and we'll know more about what's going to happen there.
Okay.
If they lift their holder, then you're getting out on my case because I've given you an OR bond.
Okay, Phil, do the best you can for me, buddy.
Hey, Scott, I'm going to talk to Carl Bone and see when you're going to be going to common pleas court, try to get you on that docket, okay?
I mean, if he'll let me out here, tell him I'll come wherever and whenever he wants me to.
All right.
December 23rd is the next hearing.
State of Law versus Jesse L. Sheets, case number CRB 22380, and there's no one on deck.
Jesse Sheets. You're Jesse Sheets? Your microphone's turned off for some reason. Probably on your headset. They somehow, when they put them on, it turns off your microphone.
You got me now?
I do. This is your arraignment hearing. You're charged with a disorderly conduct, so it's not even a jailable charge. So it's this alleges that back in June the 10th of 2022 in Fayette Township, you were fighting, threatening harm, and while you were voluntarily intoxicated. Looks like you were cited into court for July 11th of 22, didn't show up, got a warrant issued, and then you just got arrested on this.
Your Honor, I honestly didn't even realize I had a court date I needed to attend. I apologize. I didn't even realize I missed a court date. I was shocked when I got.
And you're from Portsmouth, right? Are you from Portsmouth?
I live in Norris County now.
Okay.
The past 10 years I've kind of been all over. I'm finally getting life right now. I've been in Norris County here.
Okay, well, you have the right to remain silent. If you choose to make statements, they can be used against you. You have a right, you don't have a right to lawyer because you're not facing a jailable offense. but you have a right to bail and to have a trial on this if you want, where the state has to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. But the most you can get on this is a $150 fine. That's the maximum penalty.
Oh, well,
How do you plead to the charge?
guilty, it's fine.
Okay, this is Sergeant Sisler. I'm going to read his statement. He says on, hold on, let me just read his statement, then if you want to say something, you can. He says, I was driving through my neighborhood off duty. I got to an address where there were 2 South Point cruisers sitting on the right side of the road. Both officers speaking to a male sitting on the ground in a red shirt. I stopped to help them and asked what was going on. They advised the male, who was identified as Jesse Seats, was dropped off at Southern Hope Rehab in South Point. They got advised that the workers at the facility said he was intoxicated. They weren't going to take him. He got mad, wanted to fight. He threatened Corporal Hawthorne, asked his name, started to cuss, asked if anyone was coming after him. Corporal Hawthorne advised his caseworker was supposed to come after him. He continued to be belligerent. I advised Corporal Hawthorne to place him under arrest, take him to jail. Corporal Hawthorne placed him in handcuffs. We stood him up, and they asked me if I would transport him to the jail, which I did. Okay. So, when did you get arrested on this?
Today.
Today. What caused?
Yeah, I got picked.
How'd you get
A
arrested?
speeding ticket, a speeding ticket, hanging rock.
How fast were you going?
I think like 10 miles an hour over speed limit, something like that. I didn't even realize I was speeding. I had no idea I had a warrant. And honestly, I didn't even know I've ever been to this other facility, but it definitely sounds like something I would have done under the influence when I was using it those days. I've been clean for quite some time now, I've been doing a lot better, so.
Well, this was just this past summer, wasn't it? Wasn't like ancient history.
Right, I've come up on 6 months.
And
Don't
you know to slow down when you go through Hanging Rock? Everybody knows that.
I tell you what, I do now. This is the first time I've had a license in 17 years, Your Honor. Honestly, I was going to ask you to take a selfie with me because I've never pulled over a license, but that turned out to be the one to do. What a good idea.
Okay. State have any position on this?
How long has he been in jail?
Just today. You just got picked up today, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Time served? We don't take a position.
All right. Well, I think I got to give you a $150 fine just for not coming to court. If you would have come to court, you would have had less. $150 fine, court costs. Review hearing is, I guess we'll make it level 5 probation. Review hearing July 17th. So if you don't pay this, you can make this jailable by not paying it and not coming to court. If you pay it.
Oh, I will pay it.
Pay it, get it over with. You won't have to worry about ever going to jail.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. So you'll get out of jail today, but you've got this fine and court cost to pay.
Yes, Your Honor.
You can check the court, it's Lawrence County Municipal Court. You can check court's records online if you have access to a computer.
Okay.
Any questions, sir?
No, sir.
Court's adjourned.
I will.
On Terry
So we don't want to have.
Terry Wheeler, Counseling Center does have bids.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Makes it for good.
What do you think of you, Josh?
Oh,
Wait, we did
somebody needs to
something
be
with
writing a
Boyd.
book.
I don't know. Yes, just